I was stream ended. Where was I? Where was I? I was talking about Withering Waves pools. Okay, hopefully that part of the stream uploads. So yeah, my first ever weapon banner pool in Withering Waves on the standard one. I got a weapon I wanted.
Sometimes gets a bit overwhelmed by her own
like
excitement.
30 pulls later, I then got the second weapon I wanted.
She hasn't gone into much detail about the event, so let me fill you in.
And then,
in short, the Chevalmoran Film Fantasyland
with Camellia, I won all the 50-50, so I got her to C2.
Miss Lapine Pauline
With Genshiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiii
That's right.
I was putting pulls in for Yinlin. I don't even know the character's name. But I was putting pulls in for Yinlin because I think they're Jinxi's best support, and I don't like Mortify. So yeah, I was getting Yinlin for her.
Not only is our adorable mascot drawing
plus her ultimate animation, you know why.
Also boosting her own popularity. And that was always the
And also,
goal.
I like the idea of her kit. I like the way it looks. I didn't really understand how it works, but I liked how it looked. At least. So I was putting pulls in towards her. I managed to get her like 60 pity, and I won with 50-50. So I was like, jolly good. Love that. And then today I put in 2 pulls, and then I got I won 50-50 again, and I got Genshiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiil If I get Rochia on the next banner, I have all of like the best in slot teams. I think then I would literally have the best in slot teams in the game. So I think the top 3 DPSs in the game right now are Camellia, GenshiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiAnd I would then have all 3 of them's best in slot teams. Or Phoebe, I'm kind of forgetting Phoebe exists. I don't know where she stands.
Are you at all interested in taking part? It would be a chance for you to earn some extra income. Plus, with your skills, I'm sure you could bring something
Zeshi, and Baiji, and then Team 2 would be Jinsei, Yinlin, and Rina, and then Team 3 is Camellia, Rochia, and Shorekeeper. Right now, Camelia's using Sanhua.
So thanks to Miss Navia's help, we've managed to invite none other than the celebrity chef, Miss Escoffier, to run our theme restaurant.
Because obviously I'm not listening to it, so it's not a very valuable spot. I like it, they're making it a bit goofy.
You! Yes, you! For the last time, the ingredients have to be in the right ratio! Get it right next time, or you might as well just lie down on the chopping board yourself.
Okay. I'd seen some Redditors complaining about her voice actress.
Yes, you! For the last time. You! Yes, you! For the... You! Yes, you! For the...
I don't like the delivery on that you.
You! Yes, you! For the last time, the ingredients have to be in the right ratio! Get it right next time, or you might as well just lie down on the chopping board yourself. You! Yes, you! For the last time, the ingredients have to be in the right ratio! Get it right next time, or you might as well just lie down on the chopping board yourself.
Alright, let's hope her next line is better. Alright, we have Anime Gordon Ramsay.
She seems a bit busy right now.
Well, I'm sold.
You little...
Demoiselle, sorry to bother you, but there's an issue over here that requires your personal attention.
Apologies. Looks like it's back to work with me. Please feel free to take a gander at what we've got. Anyway, if you're interested in taking part, come find me later.
Alright. So this is a whole new spot, right? This is a pretty big spot for an event. The Escoffier. I don't think I'm gonna get her. Because I have heard that she probably wouldn't be great for Hu Tao. She wouldn't be great for Hu Tao. No, I already have Zhilonen for Hu Tao, so it's not. She wouldn't be that great for Hu Tao. Because she would offer sub DPS and more Farina stacks, when Zhilonen already gives enough Farina stacks. But she'd give more Farina stacks and have her own sub DPS, but in exchange, we lose for a res shred, and we lose that res shred on Hu Tao and Yelan and Farina. So it's probably overall a damage loss, and then the melt isn't going to be very good, because we're only going to get a melt every 2 seconds, which means only 4 melts in the whole rotation, if even that. So I don't think she would be a damage improvement for Hu Tao, and so then it comes down to, is she a damage improvement for other characters that I have? Fire, Hydro. So, which of these characters would I run her with? Mualani? I've been enjoying running Mualani in mono Hydro teams, as in my Neuvillette team, but with Mualani instead of Neuvillette. I think the team does perform better with Neuvillette. I mean, Neuvillette's charge attacks hits for like 80 to 90k in that team per hit, whereas Mualani is hitting for over 200,000 per hit. It is tragic, that team I do think at that point does clearly power creep Hu Tao, which annoys me, because at least up to then I could say, yeah, Hu Tao does actually deal more damage than Neuvillette, but I am pretty sure now with that team, Neuvillette does do more. Okay, so we have Mualani, we have Neuvillette, and we have Garnier. So we have 3 DPSs, one of which I don't like, the second one of which I like more, but still not a massive amount. But I do like Mualani. And the other one, I think I'd rather run in melt teams. Because of course I don't really like freeze as a reaction all that much, anyway. There is Ayaka. The thing is, with Ayaka, when I play her, I love her as a character. But whenever I've playtested her, in events and stuff, she feels really slow. Like, to me, I really like the idea of her kit. It's just, to me, her dash animation, and a lot of her attack animations as well, are just really fucking slow. When I feel like the whole point of her rotation should be that her part is really quick. If the whole point of Ayaka is that you spend the entire rotation up to her, building up loads of damage buffs, and getting in the right position, then getting your enemies ready, and then you just switch to Ayaka and unleash her nuke. But it doesn't flow very well, because Ayaka's dash, which you want to use before you use your burst, for Ayaka it's a dash skill then burst, isn't it? Yeah, it feels sluggish to me. So I'm even feeling like maybe I won't even get Ayaka at this point, which means literally it's just Garnier I'd be getting her for. And even then, I don't know if I would like freeze Garnier. So yeah, it would, however, allow me to make a freeze Garnier with Mona, and I would love to run Mona. So I would get to use Garnier and Mona, 2 characters which I really like, at the same time. Fun fact, of course, I have several Genshin figures. I have Garnier, I have Lumine, I have Ayaka, I have Hu Tao, and I have Mona. I'm not sure how many of these are official. I think I think the Ayaka and the Hu Tao ones are. I think the Hu Tao one is fan made. I'm pretty sure it is, but it's a really good fan made one if it is. The Ayaka one I think is a knockoff. The Garny one was definitely a knockoff of a real one. The Lumine one I think is legit. And the Mona one I know is legit. It's the Mona Figma, and it's really cool. So yeah, I really do like Mona, and I would love to use her in some teams, but she doesn't fucking have any right now. She really doesn't. As Scoffio would actually be an opportunity for her. So that would actually be really fucking good, especially considering Escoffier's signature weapon. Because I currently have 50-50 on weapon banner, which I'd forgotten about. But so if I get a weapon off weapon banner, it is guaranteed to be one of the two weapons on the banner. So if I wanted to get Escoffier's weapon, I could try for it. I would have a 50-50 shot at getting it. And Escoffier's weapon is actually really fucking good. It gives a lot of crit value to her, and it gives the active character and the whole team attack. So we could get Escoffier and her signature, and then put Mona on a Thrilling Tales, and Farina. So Garnyu's then getting a 55% Res Shred, 100% Cryo damage bonus, a 60% damage bonus from Mona, and like an extra 100% attack. Which would go hard considering her base attack here is pretty fucking high. So from that perspective, that would be really good. But yeah, I think I'd rather run Melt Garnu anyway. And the main pointer is I don't feel like whaling on Genshin. I really don't want to. Because I don't have top-ups here. So if I wanted to whale, it would get expensive. How much is... How many of these do you get? It's like 8,000, right? If it's after your first purchase, right? So 8,000 divided by 160. That's 50 pools. So you need to buy that 4 times for a guaranteed character. So that's 88 times 4, which is 352 quid. I'm not doing that. I cannot justify that. Just this morning, not this morning, like 20 minutes ago, I did a call with PlayStation support. I say this like it was some important event, but it wasn't. Where when I bought Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which I do intend to play on stream soon-ish, PlayStation charged me for both the standard and the deluxe edition, so they charged me 100 quid for a 45 quid game. And so I just got off call with support for that, and they're going to refund me 45 quid, so that's jolly good. And so, yeah, I was fighting over just 40 quid there. I'm not going to spend 300 on Genshin just to get Ayaka and then find out I don't actually like playing as her. However, I am dead set on getting Chiori off the Chronicled Wish. So the ideal scenario for Chronicled Wish is I do one temple and I lose 50-50 and I get Ayaka. I'm going to do a second temple and I get Chiori. That's the ideal scenario. There's other characters I wouldn't mind losing to. I wouldn't mind losing to Yoimiya or Ayato or I think just those two. I don't think I want Itto. I don't think I do. He would combine well with Jilonen and Chiori. So I would be able to make like his best teams. And I would be able to give him Navia's signature, which should work decently on him, I think. But that's all I can do for him. I don't really like Itto all that much as a character. Yeah, so ideally I can still get both, but whatever. I want Chiori. And that's it. I do not want to buy these baseline top-ups. Even as is, I think what you're giving here should be doubled, and there should not be any first-time purchase. One purchase of 88 quid here, this should be 200 pulls, not 81. This should be 200 pulls. I heard there was an option to buy pulls outright now, but maybe not? Maybe that was fake. So I was trying to look for it, but I couldn't find it. But yeah, so I think I'm going to be getting Chiori this patch, and no one else. Because I played Chiori, and I do like her. I even would consider running her as a DPS. She wouldn't be a good DPS, but she would be a fun DPS. Her and John Lee, and then just any other two characters would make a decent team core. Hello, Kada. Jump up. Come on, jump up. But yeah, I'm at my wit's limit with Genshin. I've pretty much given up on Star Rail. I still spend my resin, and I'm waiting for Banner to come up with a character I like. Probably Cypher. She seems fun. I haven't actually played the story, but she seems fun from cutscenes I've seen. So I might pull for Cypher. I really should probably just stop playing Star Rail. I should uninstall it. There's no point anymore, because I think I made it quite clear I'm probably never going to come back to it properly. At least I'm never going to go through the story quests. Never. So I really should just uninstall it. Xenozone Zero I'm still playing. I want to get around to playing the story, but yeah. But yeah, like I'm at a point where I'm considering quitting Genshin, so I'm definitely not going to pick that point to then start whaling completely. Right now I'm a dolphin, but I'm definitely not going to start fucking whaling out this. Look at her weapon. 12% attack, an additional 12% attack, 24% attack. Then 32% attack for the entire team for 3 seconds, and then the on-field character retains it for even longer. That's so crazy. It's such a good fucking sig. Can anyone else use this? Chauffeurs can use it. That's great. Chauffeurs can use it. Sorry, Kuching. Yao Yao can... Oh my god, Yao Yao can use it as well. Oh shit. That could be really interesting. And Jansen can use it as well. And Mika. There's some other interesting characters here. Yao Yao is of particular interest because you could totally try to make like a Quicken team with her or something. But of course I hate with expensive teams. I say as I'm running right now. This is the only like Quicken team I can tolerate. Anyways, yeah, but that's housekeeping for you. Let's play the fucking event and then play the fucking...
Greetings. Apologies if you overheard my harsh words just now, but I assure you it is entirely necessary. The sheer lack of standards here will be the death of me. Do you have any idea of the kind of customers I'm gonna get with how lax things are at the moment? The ones that leave their guns behind by accident, and then come back to collect them later, bringing ammunition with them.
Yeah, that's the kind of customer you wouldn't forget in a hurry.
Oh.
Wait, has that happened before?
No, it's just the
Huh?
Just before we started setting up, as we were cleaning up the site, someone stumbled upon a mysterious locked box. It didn't look like something from Fontaine, though. It had more of a Natlanese vibe.
Oh?
Do you think a foreign tourist might have left it behind?
That's what I assumed at first. But the box was buried beneath a pile of wooden planks, rocks, and whatnot, so it seemed like someone deliberately hid it there. But I didn't see much point in speculating, so the best thing I could think of was to hand it over to the authorities. I trekked all the way over to the Palais Mermonia just to hand it in. It was exhausting.
I seen as a
what did the authorities make of it?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
they made a mountain out of a molehill, as usual. Before even addressing the question of what was actually inside the box, they had several heated discussions about whose responsibility it was to write the lost and found notice. Thankfully, the ever-reliable Officer Sedine stepped up and immediately called in the Marechaussee Phantom to crack the lock and check if there were any dangerous items inside. And, as it turned out, there was a gun.
Wow, that's a dangerous item, all right.
Mind if I ask what kind of gun it was?
I'm of the opinion that there should be like a new 4-star every patch. And a new 5-star every other patch.
You could say it comes with the job. I have an interest in weaponry and the like.
Or have them alternate. So there's a 4-star on one patch, then 2 banners later there's a 5-star, and then 2 banners later there's a 4-star.
Got sick of those long ago.
And 2 banners later there's a 5-star.
You little! Don't dare you turn your nose up at my gifts! Why
Also, please a fucking 4-star selector. Jesus. So I'm at a point where I don't recommend Genshin to people anymore, purely because...
Do you recall what the gun looked like?
It will take so
it's a bit hard to describe. If you ask me,
for them
it didn't
to
even
get,
really look like a gun.
Like, fun characters nowadays. So I can't recommend the game.
Give me a second.
Because
I got a quick sketch.
I joined Genshin at the perfect time, it turns out. I could not have joined the game at a better time. It's literally perfect. If I joined the game like a couple of days earlier or a couple of weeks earlier, I would not have had nearly as good of an experience as I have had with the game.
It's so neat and precise.
I joined Genshin at the perfect moment in time. They just ran like all the best and most interesting characters one by one by one.
Sorry.
And I was able to get a lot of them.
Wrong with my drawing?
And it was perfect.
I know,
and I got to see the good parts of the story as they were coming out. And the good world exploration and stuff as well.
And it certainly could shoot as well, too.
And good character kits and stuff.
With the officer from the
but now we're in the fucking Dark Ages.
No. Quite the opposite.
Everything kind of sucks.
Very
and
accurate.
Nietzsche's in this event for some reason.
Please, don't mind me.
And it's
I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. And everyone else for your support.
Don't mention it. Besides,
I can't recommend the game to anyone anymore. It's like, if they want to get me either,
the buzz and excitement you guys bring is exactly what this
you're
event
waiting
needs.
at least like 6 months.
Oh,
if they,
dear.
just in general, if they
I'm
want to get like a fun-to-play character, they will be waiting a long time. Most of the characters that they release nowadays aren't fun.
But just before I
go, in this very
one
fucking patch, there's one character who is fun, and that's Raiden. And most people are saying don't get her because she's not strong enough anymore, and I kind of agree. Raiden just isn't really strong enough to be a DPS without her C2, and even with her C2, she's still struggling to compete with modern DPS's C1s. I totally think I'll get a Verisa whenever she gets a rerun, because I am starting to really like her character. Even though she's not...
I'm sure you noticed that there was something
Why could it be
unusual about that
Verisa
gun.
here? That'd be so much
Correct.
more interesting.
Based on my experience, given why time is of the essence. So I'd like to head over to the Palais Mermonia to verify. Perfect. Or, if you want to catch...
Is this another quest, or is this going to unlock an activity?
Traveler, it's you! Ready to join the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland crew? It's time, dear part. As I mentioned, of course, enthusiasts aren't typically all-around experts. They usually stick to designing the event booths. We, for our part, handle long-term operations and develop standardized strategy guides for the different activities.
Long-term operations?
Also, ideal scenario would actually be getting Chiori C1, because of course it's so annoying that they got greedy with her
That's more
and did
like
that with her
it.
C1.
You've
That's
seen it
so
all before,
fucking
haven't you,
annoying.
partner? I'd even go as far as to say you've shaped some of Tevat's biggest business ventures. Anyway,
but
first things first. Let's get an overview of how the whole festival's gonna be run.
So if I get her C1, then I can run her with Jalonen, and then that would be really strong as a team core. If I run her Chiori John Lee, that's also a good team core, but we're losing... We gain 20% attack, but then we lose 40% damage bonus and an extra 16% red shred and healing. But we do have John Lee's shield.
Several areas are still under construction. The Spin has only been able to hire a limited number of craftsmen. Besides, we don't have enough experience to handle multiple projects simultaneously. That's why I chose to adopt a time slot-based planning method, so we can focus on specific tasks during each designated period. Upgrading facilities, expanding the venue, hiring staff. All of this requires funds and time slots to accomplish. So, it's our job to allocate precious time slots in each business cycle to the most worthwhile tasks.
Buddy, you're flexing Malika. I'm not... I've never rejected an invitation before. That's the first one I've ever rejected.
As we
I
attract
don't
more
care if
guests
you're
and earn
flexing
money to
Malika,
add to our
dude.
funds, we'll also be able to work more efficiently, which will allow us to divide each cycle into finer time slots, which will let us get more done.
So we'll be limited in the decisions we can make and tasks we can focus on within each time period. Which means we have to use our limited actions and Mora to earn even more Mora. Kinda like playing chess or...
Alright, thanks, Paimon.
Paimon thinks she just about gets it. How do you Yep, come on. You mentioned standardized strategy guides just now.
Of course. Film and entertainment mean different things to different people. And there's gonna be a wide range of exciting activities for people to try out.
Who is on the banner again?
Some
It's
visitors
8
might
people,
wander
right?
off and end up
Ayaka,
getting in trouble.
Ayato,
And others might pick up
Yuri,
dangerous
Yaimiko,
props by mistake.
Kokomi,
To avoid confusion, we need to
Yoimiya.
create
Did I
a
say Yoimiya?
standardized strategy guide for each
I'm forgetting
activity.
2 people,
Just think of it like a walkthrough.
I think. I could have sworn it was 8. Kazuha... Anito, there you go, yeah.
Wow, if we're the first ones
I
to
don't want
test out the
Kazuha
activities,
Constellations.
who
Not
knows
that
what
I was
surprises
really
there
interested
could
in
be
them
waiting
in the
for us.
past,
But if we
not
hit a
anymore.
tough spot, we'll just have to rely on our skills
I
to carry
don't
us
use
through.
Kazuha enough to justify his constellations.
Hopefully it goes without saying that I'd never put you in danger, partner. I carefully checked all the existing activities before you arrived.
Fuck, how long's it been since I used Kazuha?
Perfectly safe.
It's been quite a
I also
while.
wanted you to experience the activities before anyone else gets to. It'll be fun. Plus, we'd like to hear your thoughts and suggestions.
Oh, those are 2 things Navia is best at. Making people feel safe and having fun.
Great! Well, I can't wait to hear what you think. Your input is super important to
I
us.
tried out a Kazuha
All right,
plunge
then.
team
Let's start
with Bennett,
eclectic
Kautena, and
escapades
Farina.
and put our first guide together.
That was pretty good, actually. And Kazuha's first 2 constellations are pretty nice. Okay, let's do this thing. His first constellation is a cooldown reduction. Yep. So he cast his skill more, which is nice. More damage, more energy. And then his 2 gives an extra 200 EM to the team. That's a pretty big deal. 200 EM is pretty damn good.
Oh,
fuck's sake.
Bro!
Are you mimicking me?
No, I mean, one of our buddies is here, for real. Quite a few of them, actually.
Remember the law, which was like the excuse for why we've never seen any Natlan characters outside of Natlan?
Huh?
Which was like, that, you know, they don't travel outside of their country much.
That international smuggling case, right? I've heard quite a bit about that.
It's very cool that now everyone's
Word sure
here.
gets around quickly, huh?
First time abroad and you're already making...
Oh, stop it. It's not like I was the center of attention.
Wasn't expecting to see the Traveler and Paimon here too, though.
Come on, Aoife.
Huh?
A traveler, by definition, is someone who travels around.
Fair point. Anyway, back on topic. Wait a second. I lost...
Why, you're all here, of course.
For vegetables.
Cuckoo.
Huh? I'll go first. It's for the Chevrolamine Film Fantasyland.
It's Cheval Moran.
Ah, right. I keep stumbling over that one. Guess I owe Cheval Moran an apology. Anyway, long story short, the festival restaurant urgently needed fresh vegetables from Natlan, which is why Aoife and I are here.
So,
If I got Yoimiya,
guys are
I wouldn't be mad.
vegetable couriers?
Yoimiya, Chiori,
I'm
John
just here as a
Lee, and
responsible
Xingqiu.
adult.
That could be a team.
It's his first time traveling so far away from home, and all the elders in his tribe were worried. So they had me come along.
Even though it's your first time too.
Right, but they still picked me to accompany
The point
you.
is, I want
You
new
gotta
shit.
wonder why that might be.
Don't you get it? They all just saw how overworked you were, so they used it as an excuse to send you off on a vacation.
The thing is, with
What?
some characters,
So
they've
I'm
been
getting
trying
the
new
grandson
stuff.
treatment now too?
With Mulan, they
See,
tried something
doesn't
new.
matter
With
how much older you
Kenichi
are
did
than this
try
dude.
something
Hang out
new.
with him long enough,
They
and
just
you'll eventually
executed
find
it
yourself being
extremely
treated like a
fucking
kid.
poorly.
Meaning everyone looks after
With his
you.
gameplay, with his
What's
character
so
design,
bad
they were
about
like,
that?
let's just do our
In
Hatham, but
theory,
worse.
nothing at all.
And it doesn't make fucking sense because he's from a different fucking country.
Paimon's not sure who the
And
responsible
he
adult
looks like a
is anymore.
rejected Sumeru character design. It makes no sense. Can we, like, investigate this? Is there a conspiracy behind this? Was Kenichi supposed to be a Sumeru character that got cut or something?
That's exactly what's got me worried.
Aoife, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, no, like
You're a
with
big
Marika and
boy.
Sitlali,
You
where
can
it's like
handle yourself
the
now
most
even
basic
without
shit.
Kakuku.
Marika was literally just,
You
let's
think
just do
that's what
Novelet,
I'm
but
worried
again,
about?
and like even worse.
Anyway,
So at
my
least
priority
Novelet's
right now
had
is Kakuku.
some limits on his strength.
Suffice it to say, Kakuku's
But in the past,
big
Novelet
duty.
had really good AoE,
How so?
and he had self-sustain,
He's so small,
but he
and
had
all he knows
some
are a
restriction
few
in his
harmless
teams
phrases.
because he didn't do
What
any
kind of trouble
coordinated
could he even
attack.
get himself into?
Let me guess.
So he basically
Did he
had
get caught out
Fischl
by the
and
law
like
on
no other
flying
teammates.
objects?
Bro, you too?
Not me.
And that led to
How?
his teammates
Oh,
actually
that
being a good
pesky
portion of the
little
sub
chatterbox.
DPS in those teams.
So that's why he hasn't interrupted us this whole time. Guess he's
So in
too
the
scared
past,
to
his
show
restriction
face.
was he didn't have a lot of Hydra
That,
application, and he
plus
didn't
he's
have
already spouted
the
enough nonsense
craziest
for one
base
day.
damage.
So I put
But
him
when he
on mute
released,
until
Hu
tomorrow.
Tao still dealt more
Nice one.
damage.
If I was even half as
Arlecchino,
decisive
I'm
as
pretty
you
sure,
are, I would have
does
kept
more
a
damage
closer
from him.
hold on
Actually,
Kakuku, so he didn't get a chance to go flying off.
I'm not sure. He might do more damage than Arlecchino.
Oh no, bro. Or rather, did Kakuku get caught by the guards for
By
flying around?
Biden,
If they had
C2
managed that,
Biden
we'd at least
did
be
more
able to track
damage
him
from
down.
him.
But when the guards started chasing him,
Our
Kakuku
Hatham
flew
does
into
more
that
damage from
building
him.
next door. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a
Now,
high-stakes
though?
pursuit going down in there as we speak. Just
Because
like
they
one of
just
those
kept on
cool
releasing
crime
characters
movies.
that buff him.
Which building?
Now he does have better damage than all his characters.
Yup, that's the one. Kakuku sure has a good eye for a getaway. It's the tallest building around. I may be able to fly up pretty high, but checking every last window would still take quite a while. As for Aoife...
So
well,
his best team is now Novelet, Frina, Escoffier, not Escoffier, Xilonen, Sitlani.
Not like it's my fault, though. You don't have to apologize on my behalf.
Well, that team, that's just bonkers. It's just stupid.
What does it do with how high you can fly? Kakuku's got himself into a real mess.
Isn't Marika literally the same?
Animal running straight into a trap.
Sake.
It's pretty worrying.
Yeah, Marika's best team is literally just gonna be the same, isn't it?
Gunfire while important documents are flying about, left, right, and center.
Heck yeah! If anyone
So
can pull it off,
annoying.
it's Kakuku.
So bad
He's always
thing
been
about the
such
meta
an
they pushed us into is
awesome
not only have they pushed
I
us
believe
into
in
a
him.
meta and they are letting Power Creep affect the game, but it's also a fucking boring meta. The least you could do is make it a fun one, right? A bunch of people, of course, like talk shit, and some people like fucking quit the game over Hyperbloom releasing, which I still think is ridiculous. Because
of course I'm for real. I'd never
it's not that
make light
Hyperbloom
of
was
something like
powerful;
that.
it's that other teams were underpowered.
All right.
People, I heard people advocating Hyperbloom to get nerfed.
The
No,
human version.
other
But our
reactions should be
priority
buffed
right now
up to
should
match
be
it
to go in there and
Leave it to
earlier.
us.
And also, like, Kitching was always shit.
You sure?
People act like Kitching was good when the game
Awesome.
released. No, she
That'll be a
wasn't.
huge help.
Kitching was
And
never
if
fucking
Kakuku
good.
doesn't listen to you, I
Hu
give you
Tao
permission
was
to
like
pull
the
out a couple
banner
of his feathers.
immediately after Kitching's,
Wait,
and she
since
literally,
when was that up to
even
you?
at the time, before we had
Well,
as
then it's
powerful
your call, bro.
sub DPSs and supports,
all right then.
even
if
at the
Kakuku doesn't
time,
listen
a
to you,
single Hu Tao
I
charge attack did
also
more
give you
damage
permission
than
to pull
Kitching's
out a couple of
entire
his feathers.
rotation. And Hu Tao,
There
I'm
you
pretty sure,
go.
was the banner
If he
immediately
objects to
after
that,
Kitching's.
tell him to come find us.
Very early
He
in the
won't.
game, at least.
Trust me.
Kitching was never fucking good. Nice. Okay, maybe I was a little bit off. But it was not that long. Kitching was never fucking good. Where was I? Yeah, like, the point is, Hyperbloom is like fun, so even if it was
Nothing new
a
there.
meta restriction, which
What's
I don't
all that
think it was,
commotion?
because you could still get Tartaglia National to deal more damage than Hyperbloom teams when played well. And other top tier teams as well, of course. And you could merge some of the top tier teams, like for example,
say he
at the
came from
time,
that land?
Freeze Garnia was really good.
I can understand
Garnia was
his
like top of
words,
meta
just
in the game
not
for a
what they
while.
mean.
Oh, no.
Garnia, of course, is one of the best characters to use for Hyperfridge.
He keeps repeating the
So
same
Dendro is actually
things
like a
over
good
and over
addition to the
again.
game, which is also why I hate
know
when
one
people
another.
say campaign against it.
He's
It's
a
like,
friend,
oh, that's
yeah.
cool, so you want the game to be
A
entirely
story
based
and
around
friend, let's say.
crit scaling.
Great. Well, that was easy.
In other words, just
Looks like we
shit which is
tracked down the
impossible
owner.
for people that aren't whales.
Guess that's one less lost and found notice
That's
for
cool.
you to write, Monsieur
Fuck
Neverland.
you.
For real?
It's part of why Hyperloom is so great, is it's way more accessible than crit scaling
Traveler,
characters in
was there
general.
something
It's way
important you
easier to
wanted to
get
discuss
high
with the
EM than it
Udex?
is to get
I'm
good
just
crit.
about done with my business here. Need me to step out?
Unless if you're
Stay and hear
using
them out first. Perhaps it will have some
Mouse
bearing on your
or
own work.
Obsidian Codex.
If I'm not mistaken, you
Of
are
course.
the same Mr. Kanich who served as a witness in the smuggling trial? I take it there's been a further development in the case.
Yeah, Hyperloom was a good addition
That's
to the
right.
game, and it was fucking
Very
fun to
perceptive,
use,
Mr.
and it had a
Udex.
lot of team variety.
So you've met Nervalette before?
But
wasn't
all
the
these
trial
recent
overseen
teams
by
are
another
literally,
judge?
they are all about just raising the base
I've seen
damage
his
of a
photo in the
character.
papers. But as for this other
Which is the
gentleman,
opposite of what Genshin is supposed to be.
Allow me
Genshin
to
has a
introduce you to
fucking
Mr.
element system,
Risley,
is supposed
administrator
to
of the
fucking
Fortress of
use
Mermaid.
it.
Or in layman's terms, Fontaine's prison warden.
Why
Please,
would you make
feel
his
free to
element
share
system and
anything
then make
about
all the
case.
best characters
There's
in
no
the
need
game
to keep anything
not
from him.
fucking
Pleasure to
use
meet you.
it? The point
Pleasure to
is
meet you.
that Geo is the element that
Wow,
doesn't
that
use elemental
sounded just
reactions.
like me. But should we
Why
really
have we
discuss
now made
official
it so
business in
the
front of the
three best
Saurian?
DPSs in the game,
Oh,
Arlecchino, Marika, and
I
Nervalette,
believe he said...
don't use elemental reactions?
Or rather, I suppose he meant
Kenichi
that
as well.
keep this to
They
himself.
don't use elemental reactions. Don't tell me they do,
Though
because
I
they
should
don't.
mention, Mr. Kukuku, that we will have
Burning
to
is
ask you to
not
sign
an
a
elemental
confidentiality
reaction.
agreement.
Hydrocrystallize is not an elemental reaction. Getting an occasional melt every couple hits is not an elemental reaction, which is part of why I don't get how people can find Arlecchino fun. She has zero feedback on her playstyle. She feels
Let us
such
return
shit
to the
to
matter.
play.
Mr. Kenichi, was
Same for
there
Kenichi, of
something
course.
else you wanted to
Burning
discuss
is not an
relating
elemental
to the
reaction.
case?
Quicken is not a fucking
Yes.
elemental reaction.
Let me fill you in.
Or maybe it barely is.
Wow, it really is
They've not only have they
sketch.
introduced
That
power
must be all
creep,
that practice
not only have they
drawing
introduced a
engineering
meta,
blueprints, huh?
but we've also made it a
So if it's
boring
true
one.
that this
But
weapon
at
came
least they
into
could have
Fontaine
done
alongside the
was make
contraband from the
Hyperbloom
smuggling case,
stupidly OP.
then there's a high chance
Right?
we
Because at least
overlooked a
Hyperbloom is
suspect.
fucking fun
That's
to
exactly
use
my line of thought.
and accessible. But
I
no, all
see.
we've done is just make it so, oh yeah, you pull
Mr.
Novelet
Kenichi, thank
and
you for reporting
Jalonen
this
and
promptly.
Sitlali
I'll arrange for
and
the
or
Marechaussee
Marika,
Phantom to
or
investigate right
you
away.
can't play these events.
We
In
should
reference
begin
to,
by
of course, the
questioning the
previous
prisoners
event,
in custody.
which was awful.
Wrightsley.
I'll sign off on the interrogation request. Don't you worry.
They make these
That would be much
characters boring
appreciated.
to play, like who
It's
likes
lucky
playing
that the
Novelet
Palais
anymore?
Mermonia
He
wasn't
was fun
scheduled
to
to
play for
release
the
any
first like
public
5
bulletins
seconds,
today,
and he's
and
so
that this
boring
gun's lost and
afterwards.
found notice hasn't been written up yet.
Same goes for
In other words, the
Marika,
news
if
hasn't
even
leaked.
for the first 5
I'll
seconds.
be
I think
staying in
she's even
Fontaine
worse
for the
to play
time
than
being.
Novelet.
If there's any progress in the investigation or you need...
Yep, we were just about to go help out with Lapine Pauline's convention. If there's any news, we'll keep you all posted.
Marvelous. Thank you all. Well then, all that's left is to...
Like, the elemental playstyle is boring, then the actual gameplay is boring. For a lot of the top DPSs, the character is boring as well. Novelet's
He
character
really
is
does
largely
come out with the
carried by
most
his voice acting,
unexpected
his
things.
character design.
Who did he learn it all from?
But other more recent characters,
Well, it's pretty
other
extraordinary.
top tier DPSs
Anyway,
like
according
Kenichi
to
and
due process, we must first
Marika,
determine whether Mr.
they don't even
Kukuku
have that to
qualifies as
support
a
them. There's
flying
not a
object.
single redeeming quality.
And, following on from our conversation just now,
This is unfortunate.
he
Kenichi is
also
like a
needs to
top
sign a
DPS.
confidentiality agreement.
I do
Drafting
not
said
think...
agreement may take some time.
I absolutely think
Looks like you'll be
that
staying with us for a while
Alhaitham's
then,
best
Kukuku.
teams are better
Excited?
than Kenichi's best teams. But Alhaitham teams are more restrictive than Kenichi.
That would save us a
Technically,
lot of
again,
trouble.
the thing is,
Many thanks.
Alhaitham's teams use characters which everyone has,
All right then, we'd better get going.
or ought to
No
have.
need to see
Of
us
course, we're
off.
not going to have them anymore, because now it takes a year and a half for a character to get a rerun. So yeah, now they can't be expected to have those characters, but back then, you fucking pulled Nahida. You fucking pulled Kuki Shinobi. You pulled Furina. And you pulled Alhaitham because he was the best Dendro DPS and one of the best DPSs in the game in general. And he still is. I do still think Alhaitham Quick Bloom is still better
What's
than
the
Kenichi
situation? How bad is it?
overall. But Kenichi is a little bit less restrictive.
When I saw that Kukuku wasn't with you, I'd already prepared myself for the worst.
Relax, Eva. Maybe Kukuku
But yeah, the point is that, like,
prefers
Kenichi
high-rise
wants Emily,
living
and
now.
like, who the fuck
Sometimes
pulls
you
Emily?
just have to let the kids grow up and make their own choices in life.
And then, actually, who else does he
For
want?
real now? Do you even hear yourself,
I suppose
bro?
for a pyro character, you could just use Shangling. Maybe? I don't know.
Kukuku's fine. Still very much alive and kicking for starters.
Regardless, I mean, Emily just
He hasn't
no.
been arrested either,
Bad.
so no jail time.
See?
You're not exactly
Like,
reassuring
Alhaitham
me
is
here.
using very premium characters,
For the
but
bad news,
like, Hu Tao does the same
it's
thing.
really not that
But the
bad.
thing is, like, it was fine. At least it was back then, because those are characters you were going to pull anyway.
So, he has to
Like,
stay
Hu Tao
at the
using
Palais
Yelan
Mermonia
and
for a while
Xing Zhou
to sign a confidentiality
was not
agreement.
problematic,
But there's no need to
because
worry. The person in charge
you
of
were
looking
going
after
to pull
Kukuku is
Yelan
super
anyway.
nice, so
A character
All right.
requiring
So that
Furina to
doesn't
work
sound too bad
also
after all.
wasn't very problematic, because
Hearing that's
you were
put my mind
going
to
to get
rest.
Furina when she shows up.
But based
Not
on my
just because she's a
understanding of how
great
things work
character,
here, the ban on flying
not just because
objects
she's
should be over
strong,
by the
but
time
also because
Kukuku
she's
actually
fun
gets
to
out.
play, and she's a fun character
shame.
narratively, so you're going to pick her up because you like
we'll
her.
Just have to go have some fun without him.
You don't look disappointed in the slightest.
Anyway, Auroron and I will be staying in guest rooms upstairs at the Hotel de Boer for the time being. Feel free to drop by if you need us.
Yay! Problem solved! Alright, let's catch up another day.
Alright, cool. So I successfully ranted through the entire first act of this quest. Okay, I don't know anything that's happening. I literally didn't pay attention to any of that. Whatever, I'm gonna just blame the game for it. Alright, is it gonna be like a potion event? That was really fun. Events like this really should be, you know, permanent additions to a game, Genshin. I personally was kind of hoping Wanderer would be on the Inazuma Chronicled Wish. He is technically an Inazuma character. I mean, his story is actually tied more to Inazuma than is Sumeru. It just ended in Sumeru, but it started in Inazuma, and most of it was in Inazuma. He's literally an Inazuma of a fucking android. I posted my uni project. It's really annoying. So right at the very end, two things happened with my project which immediately took any satisfaction I had from completing it out. The first thing is that we had to... Well, no, the first thing was a lighting problem. For some reason, after I packaged the project, the lighting got way darker. In the second level, it's not supposed to be that dark. It is supposed to be dark, but it's supposed to be like a... Think of Outer Wilds' dark sections, you know what I'm talking about. Think those sections, and then make it a little bit less dark. Make it so it's like those sections, but unlike Outer Wilds, where the darkness is literally hard-coded, you physically cannot see anything beyond that distance. In this case, it's like, no, just like the Outer Wilds lighting, but remove that so you can still see, you know, the lighting fall off. Right? That's basically what the lighting is supposed to be like in that. But for some reason, when the Unreal project packaged, it now is really dark. And I don't know why. Also, the visual effect, like the blood which spawns on the enemy, is like really red. It's not supposed to be really red. It's more orange, actually. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. It looked different to the editor, and I checked to see like maybe it built for lighting. No, the actual editor still looks the same. I have no clue why I did that. And I googled around, and I couldn't find any explanation on Google either. So yeah, that was really annoying. And when I went to record it, of course, through OBS, and when I played back the OBS recording, it was at a really low frame rate. So I was like, for fuck's sake, I want to share this to YouTube and Instagram and show my friends, but they're going to see it really in this really choppy video, which is going to make them think that the game isn't running at a good frame rate, when actually it's running at 100 frames a second, which is pretty fucking good. And so throughout the editing process for that video, which I did edit it a little bit, it was at a really choppy frame rate, and I was like, for fuck's sake, this is really annoying. Also, I have to submit the video as well. And I actually put a little apology in some of my documentation. I said video's really choppy, sorry. Then I downloaded the video to my phone, and it's fine. And it's at totally fine frame rate, so I don't know what's going on with that. So that was actually wrong, but yeah, Unreal making my project darker, that really annoys me.
Ah, both of you seem even more excited than before. Looks like your first trial run didn't disappoint.
Paimon hasn't actually watched that many films, but after trying it out, she might just be hooked! We should check out the film that it's based on!
Great job, Paimon. That's exactly what our enthusiast friends were hoping you'd say.
The thing was so weird about the lighting is the first level is exactly the same.
About the films that inspired these
it still looks the same as it does in the editor. The second level is super dark.
Some have even been willing to contribute extra funds out of their own pockets. Where budgets have allowed, of course.
Out of their own pockets?
That's right. While the Spina di Rosula covers the cost of basic booth materials, the cost of the booth itself isn't. Take our official mascot, sir. Many people have expressed interest in designing cushions based on her image. These cushions will officially go... Sounds irresistible, right? After all, the fan... on Chevalmoran's adorable image. The more Mora ends up in Farina's purse, the better Surintendant Chevalmoran's meals will be. And who wouldn't be happy to hear that?
Oh, Paimon likes the sound of that. Everyone working hard for something they all love without worrying about profit.
Still, we can't just ignore Mora completely. Whether it's fan creations or official commercial projects, some level of financial balance is still necessary. The same logic applies to the Chevalmoran Film Fantasyland taken as a whole. Once we finish the standardized strategy guides, our attractions can officially be open to the public. But we can't take personal charge of the ticketing process. There's plenty of work to do at the various booths, and the park itself is a work in progress.
Also, the thing is, the way I see it, I imagine a lot of people, if they watch my gameplay, they would be like, you can't complain about the story because you're not paying attention to it.
We've received many applications, and each candidate has their strengths.
Yes.
Our job is to match the best
If
candidate
the story
to each
was
attraction
interesting,
based on
it
their
would
overall
distract
performance.
me from my
Once
ranting and pull me
assigned,
out
the
of it.
staff will keep the attractions
That's
running,
happened plenty of
ensuring
times before with
a
other
continuous
games,
revenue stream.
where I'm talking about some other topic, and then something in the game is actually interesting, and so then it gets my attention, and I forget what I was talking about.
That's
I stopped
definitely a
talking about
first
it.
for us. Just don't hold everyone up to your own standards.
The thing is, like, I'm still looking at the game screen, I'm still reading every line of the text as it pops out. None of it interests me enough to stop talking and actually listen, and properly pay attention. So I still think I can very much put blame on the game for it. Genshin, please, I can navigate a UI menu by myself.
Looks like this particular employee is really getting into their role.
Was that supposed to be funny?
You're both doing great. You sound, in
space.
any case, with this, the Chevalmoran Film Fantasyland, running a theme park is a long-term project. You won't make much if you try and rush it. We're just about done with our current work setup.
Alright, I'll be honest. I'm not getting much of a theme park vibes here. There's not a whole lot going on. This looks a whole lot more like a fancy restaurant or a stage. Also, I really hope the message they took from the potions event wasn't, let's just make every event be the same loop of make money, and then make more money, and then make more money. Because That's not the right way to do this. Then you'll run this
Well,
concept
the
into the
numbers might
fucking
not look that
ground
impressive,
and make it really quickly
but
boring.
building on this momentum, we must consider rolling out more unique business
Point should
strategies
just
during the
be
next
that
cycle.
kind of loop of
To draw in the crowds, I've invited one of Fontaine's
strategy
very own
and increasing
celebrity
returns.
chefs, my good friend Escoffier. She'll be performing right here in the amusement park's restaurant.
I kind of really like
note,
Escoffier's design.
Let's go catch up with her.
So, is
I
the
know I'm saying her
restaurant part
name
of
wrong,
our
but I
business
don't care.
strategy too? There are so many
her...
layers to this
Actually, I haven't
operation.
played her trial yet. We should do that. I forgot she had a tail. Her signature weapon looks a lot like her tail. Alright, so her skill is cryo damage. Okay, so hold is for cooking mode. Cool. Waff. Okay. So 192, and that's 1,000? And she can melt, okay. Also, only a 60 energy cost. That's not that hard to reach. Oh, that's neat. Oh my god. 134% of attack every second. That's pretty good. This is slightly worrying. It's kind of almost adjacent to Castoris's global passive. It's nowhere near as bad. Nowhere near as bad. And, I mean, Genshin's always has this kind of thing with like the sprinting speed buff or stamina buff or whatever. This is a little bit risky though because it affects character's damage output. From this, there's a new food, and it's a new best food in the game, actually. And as far as I'm aware, you can only get it from Escoffier. It's a new food which gives you crit rate and healing and I think attack as well. It's literally a straight up better version of the Adeptus Legacy, whatever it's called. Design wise, I think I really like it. I'm surprised how many people are complaining about sexualization of this design. I kind of get it. But at the same time, this is one of those designs which, like, it is sexualized, but, like, only once you look at it for a while, I feel like. At first, when her design was first revealed, and I went to the comments and I saw people saying, sexualization, I was like, what? Really? Really? And then it was only then when I pulled the picture up again, I was like, yeah, I guess maybe. So it's not really something that jumps out. You're saying, please buy this character for sex appeal. There are far, far worse cases of that in Genshin and in Star Rail. And way worse in Wuthering Waves. I generally think Genshin does a good job of not overly sexualizing characters. I personally think, relatively at least. I definitely think it could be way worse. Kit-wise, I like the idea of her kit as well. Is it a little bit OP? Yes. I'm more fine with it because it's freeze teams. Except it also buffs Novelet. If Novelet did not exist, she would not really be a problematic character. We also have Skirk coming up. Thing is, I don't have a problem with a character where, like, you need this team or they suck. So I'm fine with that, as long as it doesn't affect, like, power creep. Like, for example, if you needed to get Skirk and Escoffier and Farina and Dahlia, if you needed that team to be able to do the next event, the same way you needed Malwika to do the previous event with a name tag, if they did that same thing, which they already did, but then did it with a character which is that restrictive, that would be a problem. If we started leading power creep the same way Star Rail does power creep, where you either have this character and their best in slot supports, or you can't win, then we have a problem. But if we just have it so that a character is really weak if you don't have their best teammates, or really strong if you do, I don't have a problem with that. That's the same kind of thing you'd do in a regular game. It's just, a better strategy, a harder to achieve strategy should reward you for it. The only problem is that it's being done in a gacha game. So it can be predatory if they let it run power creep. Previously in the past, I would have trusted them with it. Because previously they were fine with stuff like that. Now, not so much. Now we have Novelet and Malwika ruining the game. So, I don't trust it as much. But I think I like her design. I like her kit idea. I really like her normal attack string here. She uses her tail to swing the polearm, which I think is fucking awesome, and I think it really sucks that a lot of the characters with the best normal attack animations are characters that you will never see doing normal attacks. The one plus side is, all things considered, this weapon gives a lot of attack, and it also gives a lot of crit damage. You can probably get away with not building her with any healing bonus, right? So you can get Escoffier's signature weapon, you can get her a decent artifact set, not this one actually. Because you need to get a different artifact set, and you can then pair her with Chongyun, who gives a cryo infusion, and then you can run on-field Escoffier, and it probably wouldn't even be all that bad. She does kind of just flash her ass. That. She is kind of... Yeah, that is fair. Can't deny that. Isn't she also the first non-Archon to have a positive uptime ratio? That is a little bit fraught.
Let's keep going, team. Getting gear.
I still have no idea how Femne's kit works.
Frost is coming. Getting gear.
I think you use skill. I think it's like D-loop, but shit. And without all the stuff that makes D-loop kind of fun to play.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. A burst of cleaver.
40k.
Engaging. Leave the wounded to... Frost is coming. Commencing cleanup.
Oh, for fuck's... I don't... Alright, we know Navia. Okay. Ningguang. Everyone's favourite character. I'm just as mad as any rational person is about Ling Wang, right? So I really like Ling Wang as a character in the story. She's one of the more compelling characters. She's genuinely compelling. I genuinely like her. She is genuinely a strong female character. It's just unfortunate they gave her the worst kit I've possibly ever seen in any video game. I don't get why they did this. But like, let's make the least fun character we possibly could. And there you go, that was the result. Sure, this will only take a second. I don't get why we did it. So he's worse Chuska. How do I... Oh. Okay, yeah, so he's literally worse Chuska. Feels cool. Give him that, it feels cool. Let's actually use the other characters.
Be free. Time to say hello. Midnight Phantasm. Find the wind. Come here, you little rascal.
That is actually kind of cool. I actually kind of like that.
Nothing personal.
But I also can tell here the damage numbers are not very high. Thing is, I don't want meta shit, I just want fun shit. But also, like, these damage numbers are not great. Yeah, so I actually like that playstyle. That actually does feel good. I've heard that at C6 he's actually, like, not awful. Fuck me. A new Doom's coming out soon, isn't it? It's weird, I'm not all that interested. I did not like the look from the trailers. To me, it looks like they're trying to... I mean, what Shillup said in his review, he said that they're trying to replicate the classic Doom. And I can respect that, but at the same time, I think there's a reason why classic Doom is classic Doom. No insult to classic Doom, I love classic Doom. Problem with replicating it, I think, is the obvious thing, in that classic Doom is like that because it's an old game. I feel like half of that kind of gameplay's charm is the fact that the game is old. So when the game isn't old, and you're playing a game with modern graphics rather than retro graphics and modern enemies at modern frame rates and stuff, I feel like that kind of gameplay is not going to be very fun. I also think a bunch of the visual effects and stuff in the game just look really dodgy. According to Jello Impact, Tifa is better than Sucrose as a driver at is it driver? I don't know the two roles. Apparently he's better at C6, but I mean this performance certainly looks better. I might put in like a temple, see if we can get ether. Okay.
Dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
My guiding stars. Don't be scared.
What the fuck is this team composition?
I'll protect us.
This is the strangest team composition since the last one.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
The night is cold. Stars.
Is there something I'm missing? Why is this team composition?
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen.
My guiding stars. Cold. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Alright. Alright. Do I have 4-star pity? My previous 4-star was Yanfei. Is that was not on banner? Okay, so if I do, okay, let's pull until we get a 4-star. Okay, never mind. I guess Yanfei was on banner. Should I keep going? Up until the next 4-star. And hopefully it's just one copy of Ether. It's just temples, it won't jeopardize me getting Shiori. Wow, they really make me fight for it.
Hey there.
We got him!
Eva.
There you go.
Sorrow.
I have pretty good luck with 4-stars. Alright.
Huh?
I don't remember exactly how I treated him during the event or whatever way it was revealed, but my overall view of Beef is just he's kind of boring as a character. But that's it. I don't dislike him, unlike most of the rest of the Natlang cast. And yeah, I like the idea of his kit. And yeah, to be frank, he does seem like a straight up better Mizuki, which is a bit cringe. Really? This C6 doesn't seem that crazy. It's a 50% chance to deal... That will end up being like a third more damage? That doesn't seem that crazy. It's a 120% attack. This is already 133. If you get this to talent level, at this point it would be talent level 13. So to take us to talent level 13, that's going to be probably at least like 200. Or at least close to it. So then an extra 120 attack for 20% is not going to be that crazy. Or at least, I mean, it would be good. It would be pretty good. It would be. But it's only half of the time. So that also basically instantly cuts this effect in half. So that doesn't seem that crazy to me. Can you tell me how much by? Okay. He really wants a war, doesn't he? Fuck's sake. Good exploration character. He is a good character for new players, at least. He's fun, he's good for exploration, he's not too overpowered for exploration, I don't think. That's neat. He's a catalyst user as well. So I suppose as a cope you could run him as a support. The ideal scenario for Widsith, of course, is to find a character that appreciates all three of these buffs. Which really wouldn't be that hard, to be honest, because all of them are good. Now imagine this for like Hu Tao. Of course you can't because it's a catalyst. That'd be so crazy. For Hu Tao, the best one would actually be the EM. But any of these would be good for Hu Tao. Even the attack percent. Get attack percent on Hu Tao is not bad. It's not good. 90% of the time you would prefer HP, but there are times for Hu Tao, I've done the math, there are situations where attack is more beneficial than HP. And if I can reach it, which I have before in some of my builds, I don't know if my current one is at that point, but you can reach it. Not too. I said like 90%. It's more like probably like 60. Let's say 70% of the time, HP is more valuable. But there absolutely are situations where Hu Tao actually would prefer attack. It also depends if you have a signature or not. If you have her signature, definitely just HP. But you know what, let's just throw this on him. Yeah, and I don't dislike his design either. I think of the Natlan character designs, I think he's definitely better than Kenichi at least. Alright, so that wasn't a waste of pause. I mean, there's an extra 10 pity for whoever I want to get next. But maybe I will get Scoffier. Probably not at this point, but maybe. I am thinking I'll get her on a rerun. But the main reason why I'm not getting her would be less that I don't want her, and more so that I don't want to whale to get her. So.
The restaurant is up to standard, and the waterside location will make for a unique dining experience. The beautiful scenic reflections in the water create a stunning backdrop, lifting diners' spirits and allowing them to truly savor their meals. Ingredients, check. Cooking utensils, check. Looks like we're ready to rumble.
Hey there, Escoffier!
Oh, my employers are here. The president of the Spina di Rasula, plus the famous traveler Empaimon. I must say, you seem a bit overqualified to be running a film-themed amusement park.
I'd say that if anyone here was overqualified, it would be the former head chef of the Hotel de Boer. Wherever you walk, the aroma of fine cuisine follows in your wake.
let's get back to business.
Okay, I don't like her voice actor. I don't. I'm getting the same problem as Jelona with her, where I don't believe her dialogue. I don't hear the character speaking. I'm hearing a voice actor reading a script in a studio. It sounds fake. I'd heard some people complain about her accent. Apparently it's a Scottish trying to do an American accent, which is understandable. Fuck, so why did I do that? One minute. Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm guessing you want the Traveler to help me decide the theme dish for each cycle, right? The president of the Spina di Rasula, plus the famous Traveler and Paimon. I'm guessing you want the Traveler to help me decide the theme.
This is the business strategy I mentioned earlier. Using Escoffier's top-tier dishes to attract more visitors to the park. But this isn't just about attracting visitors. Her culinary masterpieces will surely have other surprising effects. Just imagine, Paimon, if all you needed was a single ticket to enjoy all the attractions and taste all the legendary food. Wouldn't you be tempted?
Then Paimon come every single day.
One moment, I need to screenshot Navia's expression there. I actually think that was great. What the fuck is that expression? She looks like she's about to commit a fucking crime, bro, with that smirk. Wow. I do like you, Navia. It's unfortunate just people compare you to Hu Tao, and I'm never gonna let you win that fight.
Now, here's the twist. To get the most
Because
out
you
of
don't,
this
Hu Tao
strategy,
is a better
the menu
DPS.
can't be made public. Based on research by a certain food branding consultant, many restaurants have started offering a special chef surprise dish. So give me some inspiration every few business cycles, and I'll decide on our next theme dish. Now then, give me your hand.
And yet, in general, her voice does sound weird as well. You can tell it's someone putting on an accent. It's weird.
A warm and energetic feel.
Alright. Calm down, we're not there yet.
Your hands are calloused from wielding your sword, but still quite delicate.
It's a bit
When you grasp its hilt, it's like you're
homoerotic,
holding the bow of a violin.
Oh, wow.
A sword, then. The theme this time shall be strength.
Okay. The way she said strength.
A sword, then. The theme this time shall be strength.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right, let's find out what strength looks like in gastronomical form.
What's with the food-themed characters
I've
recently?
refined the sauce for these barbecue ribs. It's a richer flavor than the classic version, but not at all greasy. The mint extract in the seasoning leaves a refreshing aftertaste, perfect for indulging yourself after a fun-filled day. But if you ask me, I'd say the artisans need these more than the guests.
The artisans?
As I'm sure you've noticed, this park isn't quite finished. A serving of these barbecue ribs should help the artisans replenish their strength much more quickly. As their bosses, you have an obligation to provide meals for them. So why not invite them to dine here? Who knows? The morale boost might even improve their productivity.
Oh? If I recall correctly,
I don't know, it's weird. I can't
served up some special fish and
can't
chips for the
nail
porters
down
over at the
what is
Fleuve
wrong.
Sandra. For
Something
several
feels
days
wrong.
after, the workers were all incredibly efficient. They'd finish 8 hours of work
Ah,
in just
fuck,
5.
I just realised Aoife would
And
probably
then,
want to
because
go
they
all
clocked
the
out
way to level
early,
90,
they'd
wouldn't
come
they?
back
Oh, that's a bit
completely
shit.
refreshed the next day.
Then there's
Anti-VPN
no time
together.
to lose. Go invite the
I'll see if
artisans
I
over
can
while these
pull out a
ribs are
good
still
artifact set
hot.
for 'em.
I'll prepare some side dishes and desserts too.
That's a great idea! You
I do feel like
Aurora
Aurora does a good amount of just
Looks
raw
like
damage
these themed dishes
beyond
are gonna
reaction
make
damage.
a huge difference after all. We'll have to make sure we check in with you
So I
regularly.
feel like he would be good to run rats there.
The artisans are pumped and ready to roll thanks to that thief.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna assume... I mean, Vir doesn't... I'm not gonna have good pieces for it. One EM. How much ER does he have? 60. That's not too bad, especially since he's going to be getting 6 for free. I feel like there's no way we're going to get him to crit, so might as well just go for a flat attack. Wait, what? But these are all of my EM goblets somehow. Okay. Sure, let's steal Western Barber. Right, I gotta go for this, man. Oh my god.
And perfect timing, too. Let's take this chance to take the facilities of our eclectic escapades to the next level.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
I'm vaguely considering, like, okay, let's do this. Like, sexualization. No, I don't think Amber's a problem. No. Honestly, no. 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 She's a pirate, it makes sense. She's a country's leader, it also makes sense to her accent. No. I've seen some people criticize visual design before. The whole part, like, is her whole character is that she's insane. And so, on that basis, the design fits. No, the bouncing boobs in the metal plate, that is so fucking strange. But otherwise, no. 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 Why was this the design that got censored? I've never gotten that. Why is this the design that China was like, no, you gotta change it? Like, really? Also Mona, like, really? Is character wearing a leotard like that? Really? There's a point where I really question, like, what is sexualized and what is us imposing our own sexualization of those things onto it? Why is a leotard inherently sexual? I don't think it is. I do not get Mona, the censorship from Mona, changing her off of a leotard. Because I think her alternative outfit is just as bad in that regard. There's one aspect of Mona which people would very much highlight, I think, and that aspect of her most definitely does not change between the outfits. Kitching, no. I love Kitching's design, dude. And her dress as well, it's so nice. No, definitely not. No. No. Which character designs do I think are sexualized? Eula, again, like, it fits her character. Can we... I feel the discussion should be focused on, does the design fit the character? Like, if it fits the character to be sexualized, then what's the problem? Because I thought a lot of people's problem with characters being sexualized is that it doesn't fit them and it's cartoonish. And, like, that is a problem with Wuthering Waves. It absolutely is. There's different ways to handle it as well. Like, you can always say that, you know, the characters don't always wear this. I mean, that's a logical thing, right? But Eula doesn't go out every single day wearing this in universe. She doesn't. She happens to be wearing it every time we see her, but this is actually only her battle garb. She actually has normal people clothes for other days of the week. You know, that's how you normally justify it. Also, like, I don't think, like, showing legs is inherently sexual either. I get it. I feel like, I mean, yes, you can find showing legs sexual. You can do that. Like, I can absolutely imagine there's plenty of people that see Hutao's design and probably go, oh my god. But, like, that's you putting your own desires onto her. I don't get how you can look at this design and say it's sexualized. No. The only me of it is like the bandage thing, which I know some people have had a problem with before. I've seen that on Reddit, I think. But, like, that's a traditional Japanese thing. So, again, I have an issue with that. It fits the character. Viden. Definitely a bit. Again, I think what is there fits her character. Her ultimate animation, it is indeed pulling a sword out of her chest. I've never had an issue with it. It looks fucking cool. And I don't think it's, like, cartoonishly like from full reference, Wuthering Waves, Camillea's ultimate anime, it literally just zooms in on her boobs. Like with Raiden, it's pretty much entirely coincidental. If Raiden had the same ultimate animation as like a man, people would not have any issue with it. Like to me, that's kind of the logic behind it. Like they just wanted the cool pose of her pulling a sword out of her chest, and then that's just kind of coincidentally where it is. Also, she doesn't pull it out of her. She makes like a portal above her chest that she pulls out of. So I don't have an issue with Raiden. Kokomi can get people having a problem with this. Miko, a little bit, but it also fits Miko's character because she's fucking insane. For one thing, I would say, going through the rest of these real quick, I definitely think Jalonen's sexualized. It's like she's wearing nothing but a bra and shorts and a jacket, and she takes her jacket off for most of the time that you see her. I definitely think Jalonen's is also one of the most... I think she's quite possibly the most sexualized character in Genshin, quite frankly. Which also makes me dislike her more, because it is Yunabe again. Shaska, I think, is fine. Solari, I'm fine with. Mawika is also kind of fine. Mizuki is great. Farisa, I know some people had a problem with Farisa. I honestly don't. Again, Farisa's really growing on me over time. I definitely want to get her on her next rerun. I had a really bad first impression of her kit, but I think once I actually got to play around with her more in trials and events and stuff, I actually grew to really like her kit. So I think I actually want to get her in a rerun. Not to mention, I have the characters to support her. I can get Cloud Retainer, Farina, and then someone else. I don't want to build Janssen, but I guess I could. Or I could run Shivers. And yeah, I already said I don't think it's coffee as much. I think for one thing Genshin definitely does do, which you can very much notice, is back meat. If you look at female characters in Genshin, every single last one has their back exposed. Pretty much. I mean, look at Jalona. She literally has just like a fully exposed back. And I can respect like a man liking women's back meat. Alright, that's cool. But like, it does also cleanse fucking the button that's holding on for dear life. It's so funny. Wuthering Waves did the exact same thing with Zani. Oh, by the way, I fucking hate Zani. I played her in a trial and I hate her. I don't get why some people like her. I've encountered her in-game as part of events. Didn't like her in-game. I hated her playstyle. I don't get why so many people are going crazy over Zani in Wuthering Waves. But yeah, that's that. It doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't. Shiori also doesn't. Shiori... I love this design, man. I love it so much. Oh, man. I've obtained plenty of back meat there. Chevrolet's very similar design to Scoffia. Navia, back meat. Farina is no. For Sumeru characters, it's less problematic, of course, because it kind of makes sense. You know, they're in a really hot rainforest environment. Also for Yelan, it makes sense. She's a spy. You know, that's kind of the whole thing they always do. I feel like that doesn't have anything to do with spy business. I would really like to know if there's like a single moment in history. It probably is like a single moment in history. But I don't feel like there's many instances of a woman spy using her sexuality to actually like a big advantage. Is that an actual thing, or is that just shit men made up so they could sexualize Black Widow? I feel like it probably is. Yai Miko has plenty of back meat there. Yunjin doesn't, does she? Yeah. So, I mean, you can tell a lot of the female characters have their back meat exposed. Meanwhile, if we go through male characters, you don't need to look at them properly. No. No. Actually, yeah, no. No. I mean, I as a firmly heterosexual man think Zhao is pretty fucking saucy, man. No. Okay, that counts. There you go. There's one. But I mean, it's actually a plot point that Goro gets forced feminized. Which is actually funny quiz if you figure out it. But Ito has back meat, doesn't he? Oh, no, never mind. No. Kinda? No. No? No. No. Yeah, no. Oh, a tiny bit. No. You look way too much like a 9S, I hate it. No. 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 And no. Yeah, like basically none of the male characters have their back meat exposed, but most of the females do. Right, that's the main thing, which I think you can point out with Genshin's female character designs, is the back meat. Right, I can get that. However, of course, in a lot of contexts, it is quite justifiable. Like for, like, say, a dress. That makes sense. Many dresses don't have back meat. Or do have back meat. I say back meat as reference to correct Genshin in case you couldn't tell, because I'm really cool like that. There's other like contextual parts of the outfits, like for example, Yoimiya as well. Like for Yoimiya, she's gonna have back meat there, kind of just because her shoulders exposed. So I personally really don't take much issue with character designs in Genshin. I've already said before, I think they're fucking amazing 90% of the time. I say 90%, unfortunately, Natlan's kind of ruined that. I thing is, with Natland designs, I don't think the Natland designs are bad. I just think they really don't fit this game. For the most part. Obviously, Kanicha's bad because he's just worse out Haven. But why do they do this? I don't get it. It's like... It's borderline the exact same shade of blue. It's so... greeny. It's hard to tell if that's green or blue. They literally just did the exact same fucking thing. I don't get it.
Wait.
How do they think no one would notice? It's the first fucking thing that fuck off. Sheena's design I like, Mulani's design I like. Part of me is weak-willed, and that part of me is part of why I pulled her. The other one's kind of fine. He's fucking strange. Chassis, like all of these designs are good. Like they're good, well-made designs. The problem is they just don't fit the engine. Fucking motorcycle. Stupid fucking character. I think every single character design in Genshin is great. Technically in isolation. Right? I think one of the best things about Genshin consistently has been the character design. The designs, they pop so well. Every single last one. They've just had a bad streak recently of forgetting that their game is supposed to be in a fantasy world. Please.
We should be able to attract more customers.
Doing stuff like that actually makes the event more confusing, because then I don't really get a chance to look for myself to figure out how things work.
Based on my business experience with the Spina di Rosula, I've quantified the service value to help you intuitively understand how satisfied customers are with each stall. An attraction will reach its ideal revenue only when its service value meets customer expectations. As we improve and expand our facilities, expectations will also increase accordingly. When that happens, we can deploy more capable employees, or invest funds in training to enhance our employees' skills.
Things you always notice with stuff like this, usually you take us more step by step, right? Don't you? It's like you introduce a mechanic, you'd have us do like a day or two of a mechanic, and then you'd introduce this and that. Like, I feel like with a potions game, at first you just made the potions, and then they introduced farming, and then they introduced more and more layers of it, and then they made the puzzle thing more and more complex as they went on. But right here we're immediately getting plunged into everything.
Whew. That should be everything.
Huh? Thinking about it, we have learned quite a lot, haven't we?
Oh, not at all. I imagine long-term operations sounded like a scare, but don't let that scare you. Just break things down.
Whoa, seeing your own progress is real. From here on out, we'll be running...
The joke's on you, game. I have played near. Oh. Oh. Fall again. Okay.
That unique aroma. All right, then.
It's already become quite clear that the best option is to increase revenue. I'm not going to go like under, am I? I'm going to still make enough money to be able to pay them, so... Should be fine.
That unique rope. All right, then.
Oh, we're literally just swimming in the air now. I'm alright with that. It's cool. Wait, that's bad. And I wish I had streamed playing Super Mario Galaxy 2, because I feel like my streams are quite negative. And like, if I stream Mario Galaxy 2, it'd just be like, I fucking love this game every like 5 seconds. Plus a good bit of being bewildered that some people prefer Galaxy 1, and also being bewildered that RT game doesn't like the green stars. So I was wondering, like, okay, well, I last played Galaxy 2 when I was very young. So when I was watching RT Games' video where he said he didn't like the green stars, I was like, well, maybe I could be stupid. But I replayed the game and no, green stars are great. Some of the green stars are a bit shit. Some of them are. But, like, as I was going through, I was, like, kind of keeping track of them. And, like, by the end, I was like, I think 70% of the green stars are, like, really good. I think, like, another 15% of them are, like, meh. And then the last 15% are like, no, that's bad. That's just going to waste my time. Alright, now the upgrades are actually becoming expensive, so now maybe we should consider that. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. One of you's getting fired. Yeah. Alright, I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't. That kind of completely ruins what my fucking plan was. Why isn't there an undo button if your fucking UI is that easy to fucking pick the wrong option? Oh. I was gonna buy this guy. Okay. Great, now I can't do anything. Feel bad for that girl, she's been trying so hard. Oh yeah, now I can't do anything this round now. Great. I do like the rounds are even more fast-paced than Potion game. Also, of course, my favourite star in Mario Galaxy is I actually forget what it's called. See now, it's Slime Spring. My favourite galaxy. This is kind of cheating. Go on, you to this. I'm actually quite liking this event so far. This is another one of those events where like there's no reason to add a plot here. Why have you added a plot? Just let it be another kind of potion mini game. How much was it to upgrade? We'll be fine. Right, so if we can, it would be good to hire someone new to it. Do I still have that buff, which will allow me to train them? So I saw one of the other times I had a buff, and I thought I wouldn't have any. Yeah, you do retain the buff. Unfortunately, that's not going to save me all that much, but...
You've got this part. I can't wait to see how it'll all turn out. How exciting.
Alright, so do we have to wait for... Do I have to wait? I assume I have to wait until the next... when they allow me to access the rest of the event. Oh yeah, this update, you still can't redeem these. It's really annoying that they time gate these. Really annoying. I really need to... These have been here for months. Oh dear. Decent amount of primos. By decent amount I mean 2 balls. Well, I mean, if we're done with the event, then it's time for a story quest. I'll be honest, I'm not very excited for this quest. I do not care about Albedo as much as other people seem to. I like his design, and that's about it. And with very few brief appearances he has had in my game, he hasn't been all that crazy interesting. Hit-wise, I don't think he's very interesting. He was once a character I wanted to pull, but now I have John Lee and Shalonen, and we'll soon have Chiori. No, there's no reason to. The fact that he buffs EM is potentially really interesting. It's really weird and unconventional for a Geo character. unfortunately, he just doesn't really have any good teams that he can really do with that. Or at least no team where it's worth investing in him over literally any other character for said team role. So even like fucking Sucrose or any other character would be just doing a better job there. Like even in a fucking Hu Tao team, Sucrose would be better in that situation. In fact, she'd be a lot better because she can buff the EM and she can Viridescent Venom a Hydro or even a Pyro if you get lucky. And she can use Prototype Amber to give arena stacks. But yes, I'm not all that excited for this. I feel like it's a bit random to go back to Mondstadt now. Have we even really done that before? Like, had an event or a story quest where we return to a previous nation? I guess kind of with the chasm. Kind of. And that's it. It's weird to be coming back to Mondstadt for this. Hopefully it's good. Also, for some reason, they've set it. It says during the Windbloom Festival, which now means that, like, the event won't make as much sense in the future, right? Because the Windbloom Festival is supposed to be a yearly event. It's Mondstadt's lantern, right?
I created an.
Though, granted, also it doesn't really look like it's happening, so I don't get it. One moment.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt. I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt. May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world. I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt. I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication. I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt... I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt... I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt... May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world. I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt... I created another universe and I hear the voice of fate.
I was just thinking about how Genshin seems to be stuck in a time vortex. Like, none of the characters age, even though canonically it's been coming up on 5 years since the Traveler entered Teyvat.
Oh, okay, we have done it. Cool.
Wow, the city is
Of course,
all
I actually
decked
haven't gone to see this before.
Oh, it's beautiful. Festival season means no commissions, which means no Mora. But Catherine's always looking out for us, so we should still drop by and say hello.
Greetings, traveler. Paimon.
Hey, Catherine! Still doing the whole no commissions during Windbloom thing?
Why couldn't we just have the Windbloom Festival be an event? Why is it locked to a story quest? I didn't get it.
In general, yes. The people of Mondstadt don't delegate
You could have
their work
even
to others
tied it
this time
into
of
a
year.
fucking Fontaine event
But
and had it be some kind of diplomatic thing or something. I don't know.
But...
You could have had what? You could have had Farina and Venti banter over their love of different kind of art forms. That would have been really cool. Remember that event where it was Venti and Hutao and John Lee for like 5 seconds doing poetry? That was a surprisingly fun event, despite how fucking boring it sounds. I remember really liking that.
feel free to take a look around. I think you'll pick up on something unusual.
Take a look around, huh?
It's finally Windbloom. And here I am ruining everything.
You're a bit tired. No big deal. Give it some time. How about doing something
Holy
fun
shit, where do I
tonight?
know these characters
we
from?
could take a stroll or go stargazing.
Stargazing? Like we'll find a spot. You know people start reserving places on Starsnatch Cliff the moment the sun goes down. Sorry, I'm just not in the mood. I should go.
Whoa! Something's off with Beatrice. She would never give up a chance to talk to Quinn. This is weird.
Oh, you're leaving? I can walk you home.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I just need some time to myself. Besides, there's still something I need to do.
Okay, cool. So as a shapeshifter, we're going to
Truth is,
shapeshift
Quinn,
into Albedo and frame him
not
before
long
crime.
ago,
Cool.
What is it? Is there something wrong?
Never mind. It's nothing. Actually, Quinn,
So all I
think
know
we should stop
about
seeing
the
each
old
other for
event
now.
was that you got festering desires from it.
Wait, are
They
you
really
saying
should
we
be
can't
run
be
weapons.
friends anymore? I thought we were best friends.
And there's an evil albedo for some reason. That's all I know about it. And they just put like all of Albedo's lore into an event, and people were like, "Wow, this is such a great story. Why do I put it behind a limited time event?" And I am sure that was the most incredible story ever. Actual events with like actual good stories, like Hu Tao's Lantern Right story, that should definitely be permanent. And I mean, again, I literally just said I haven't even seen the Albedo story, so maybe it was good, but I doubt it. Because again, whenever something is lore, when Genshin players talk about lore, what they actually mean is just really shit world building. Usually, so I didn't trust it.
Did you see that? Beatrice ran off without looking back. Oh, we go adventuring in other nations for a bit, and one of Mondstadt's best love, friendship stories is already over? So, is this what you meant by unusual, Catherine?
This is just one example. Beatrice has been feeling down for days. But that's not all.
Oh, you ever can get more elaboration on
honorary
Catherine
knight of
being
Paimon.
Snezhnayan android?
You don't look so good.
Oh yeah, I am
I
not
know
excited
a knight
for
should be
Nod Cry, by the
stronger
way.
than
So
this.
continuing the
But I haven't
fucking
been
high-tech
feeling
aesthetic,
right lately.
which
I
is
just can't
way
focus.
more excusable for Snezhnaya, because Snezhnaya has had guns and some like more advanced technology since the beginning of the game.
But still, Fontaine also has guns. And Fontaine have shown they have robots as well. So if we start seeing some truly fucking crazy shit out of them, I'm gonna be a bit pissed. And the other thing is, like, again, it's not necessarily about how realistic it is, but the themes and world building and consistency, internal consistency. It's like, yeah, don't forget, we fought android Scaramouche inside a fucking Gundam. Right? That happened. But the context of that was that he was trying to ascend to godhood. And he had the entire academia backing him. And they were working on that for a good while. Right? So, like, that it kind of makes sense that was really advanced. And also note that, like, when we destroyed it, we then didn't hear anything about it again. And we didn't see any other technology like that in Sumeru ever again. Which very much implies that, like, that's kind of like, that's the most advanced thing Sumeru ever did with its technology, but we kind of destroyed it, so now we don't have it. Right? So that's a kind of internal consistency. They managed to have their cake with that and eat it, because I've never heard anyone be bothered by the Scaramouche Gundam. People have only said it's cool. And it is, and it makes sense because it's not just advanced technology, but it's also associated with gods, and there's even the nice excuse of it not being a thing going forward, in that, well, we destroyed it and got rid of it. But I would say, from what we've seen of Shinez Nai, I would say Fontaine is probably just as, if not more advanced, because they have actual functioning robots. So, if we start seeing some crazy shit in Nodcry, which I think we will, considering that, like, Maynard, where there's some, like, huge, almost dome-looking thing behind them, if we see something like gravity distortion kind of shit, I'm gonna be a little bit pissed off.
I
So I feel
started
like that's what they're going
sleepwalking
for.
out of nowhere. Sometimes I'd even wake up in the middle of the night standing in a random location outside.
You should see a doctor.
Granted, I am okay with Genshin's story kind of getting delayed if they genuinely want to try to make it better. And also it means that Genshin, that puts like one... Because I've seen people say like, oh yeah, Genshin 2 will happen. I really hope it doesn't. I really, really hope it doesn't. But if it does, then delaying Shinez Nai by a year means we have one more year before that happens. So that's cool.
I even consulted Miss Barbara at the church, but her conclusion was the same. In any case, she was kind enough to pray to Lord Barbados for me to get better. Is it because I saw something I wasn't meant to see? Sorry, this is for me to figure out. It is Windbloom after all. Anyway, I have patrol to finish. Until next time, you two.
Huh. Is it something in the air, maybe?
It appears Miss Donna is also out of sorts.
Oh, where can I find a truly fascinating man?
Wait, but Donna is the one who has a huge crush on Diluc, right?
That's what I thought too. But she seems to have changed her mind.
Is that Captain Kaya? Huh. Now that I look at him, he's exactly my type.
Well, now we need to
How come I never felt this way
execute
before?
Donna. It's clearly some kind of disease, and we can't let that spread.
Oh, no. Of course not. I'm sorry,
I
Captain.
hate Kaya
Just pretend I didn't
so
say
much.
anything. And, have a happy Windbloom.
I don't mind his design, or the idea of his kit, even. It's just the fact that he's an awful character. And he's cosmically boring and actively annoying to listen
Master Diluc came into the city not too long ago, but when I saw him, it was like the butterflies just weren't. If I had to compare it to something, it would be like, but then I saw you, and it wasn't.
Oh, here he comes. Well, surprised to see us?
Not at all.
So, you...
I really like that shot. It makes Mondstadt seem a lot bigger than it actually is.
Incoming.
See what I mean with what I was saying about Jalone earlier? Like, you can't look at that animation and tell me that it's not. But I do think this is like Genshin's single worst case right here. Was like that as well, like seriously.
Ah, Kaya, you found
We are
them.
really just re-summoning every single Mondstadt character for this, aren't we?
Good. With
I
what's
already
about to
know Venti
happen,
comes
it's
back.
great to have you in town.
Whoa, headquarters are packed.
And obviously Albedo.
What's going on?
Honorary Knight Paimon. Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I believe in...
He interrupts him just so he can not have a voice.
That's right. Master Jean is waiting for you inside. She'll explain everything.
Oh, Jean's not voice acted. I was actually going to make like the same noise as Paimon did right there, because I like Jean. She's great.
A trial? But this is Mondstadt, not Fontaine.
Jean, I just said I like you. What do you mean? In the interest of fairness, most major cases are tried jointly with the church? Oh,
Which means it's a serious one. So, do you need our help?
Is Albedo a captain? Why is he missing? Okay.
Right! He's the captain of the investigation
All
team! But we didn't see him out there! Albedo is the one on trial? What did he do?
If I get a chance, I will change to a different language. This is a bit shit that no one's voice acted. Oh, it's darling.
Oh, that's a new face! Deacon of the church. Does that mean he works with Barba and Rosaria?
Ready to proceed. Prior to this trial, the Knights of Favonius, in conjunction with the Church, launched an investigation into Mr. Albedo for suspected murder and unlawful disposal of human remains.
Murder?
Prior to this trial, the Knights of Favonius, in conjunction with the Church...
You might want to tell your voice actor how to pronounce the names of your organization. Come on, guys.
A witness stated that, 11 days ago, in the middle of the night, she saw the defendant southeast of the city gates, dragging a large object she later identified as a human body.
No. There's no way!
We now call that witness to the stand. Beatrice, please tell us what you saw.
Well, I was out late that night on business, and when I came back, I saw someone in the moonlight that looked like Mr. Albedo. He was dragging a huge bag of some kind.
Not a strong witness.
I thought it was strange, so I followed him. Then, there was a sudden flash of golden light. The bag opened, and inside there was a body! Mr. Albedo's vision allows him to manipulate the ground with ease. So he buried it, and then removed any traces on the ground. Before he left, it seemed like he looked in my direction. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was terrified thinking he might kill me too. Luckily, he didn't see me.
Can anyone attest to the fact that the defendant was working in his office that night? Then the length of the report is not a sufficient alibi.
This isn't looking good.
Not yet.
I know what I saw. I'm telling the truth, Miss Hertha, I swear. Also, didn't you say that speaking out would help protect the people of Mondstadt? Otherwise,
Oh, right. Well, you've manipulated a witness, so this is already a mistrial. Okay,
You're doing the right thing. Besides, the investigation wasn't fruitless. A single man's shoe and a torn piece of fabric were found in the bushes near the crime scene. The same location the witness described. If no crime occurred, then is all this just a coincidence? It's true. No one has been reported missing. However, Miss Beatrice harbors no ill will toward the defendant. Her testimony clearly points to a crime, and she has no reason to lie. The defendant raises an important point. Motive. Yet, I must be frank, not all murders are premeditated. Spontaneous conflict can also have
I really do like
consequences.
Albedo's design. It really sucks. Have I seen him before? I've played a story quest. Has he appeared in any other point in the whole game?
I think he had one appearance. I don't remember where it was, but I think he had one other appearance in an event. And that's it. So it kind of really sucks. This is his first appearance in so long. And he's not voice acted.
Nevertheless, I don't intend to prosecute this case on circumstantial evidence alone. Which brings me to the second charge against Mr. Albedo.
Second charge?
7 days ago, at dawn, a witness saw the defendant dispose of the body
I really
of
wish
an
we
adult
didn't have
male
Pine
in the
on
area
here,
between Dragonspine and Dawn Winery.
Early actions are really taken away from it. You know, allow me to react to it. Don't force Paimon to show me how I should be reacting. Let your fucking dialogue speak for itself, goddammit.
I now call the second witness to the stand.
Wait, that's...
We now have accounts from two separate witnesses that describe the same modus operandi. Would you call that a coincidence?
Thing is, doesn't this unlock a weekly boss? Which kind of spoils. We already know it's not Albedo doing it. Or he has some kind of motive for it. I mean, obviously he's not going to straight up commit murder. I just mean, obviously there's some external force behind this case. Obviously, which kind of just ruins it immediately.
Before you suggest a lack of evidence, Mr. Kaya, you should know. After the defendant left that morning, the witness found this where the body was buried. These remains suggest an accelerated rate of decomposition. Considering the defendant's profession, there's reason to suspect that alchemy is at play here. Both witnesses saw golden light, a known byproduct of alchemy. That's how the defendant destroyed the bodies. The light also explains how the witnesses were able to get a clear view of the events in the dark. You're certain Mr. Albedo was present the whole time? Nevertheless, the other witnesses have no reason to lie. Tell me, Miss Sucrose, that meeting in the library, were you awake the whole time? Sounds like a considerable duration to go without sleep. I do hope you can be truthful with us. It concerns the safety of countless Mondstadt citizens. A crime like this cannot go unpunished.
No conclusive evidence of guilt. But the witness accounts do match to an extent that can't be dismissed. This is a tricky one.
Allow me to submit another piece of evidence. The investigators intercepted one of Mr. Albedo's correspondences. I will now read the pertinent parts to the court. I have never abandoned the subject of human research. In fact, delving deeper into Dragonspine has led me to realize that the concept of life could be further expanded and transformed into that of birth.
What
the mystery of human birth is often linked to death. As such, death is the most suitable material for the creation of new life. To that end, we must engage in a process of putrefaction and refinement.
What? Okay.
Is that in reference to an alchemical process?
The letter continues. Experimental trials have been carried out in the northwestern part of Dragonspine, in the area southeast of Mondstadt's main gate. The data is as expected. Just as you endeavored to do, I too shall take up the path of creation, and break through current limitations to reach a new realm of living beings.
I would not be against Albedo killing someone. I mean, I don't know what his character really is. So I don't feel like his story quest did that great of a job really establishing a lot for him. And I've been saying for a long time, I want some just evil people. I don't want Tartaglia who's like evil, but oh, he has a little brother he looks after. No, I want someone who like stabs people and enjoys it.
Correct. Not to...
No, it can't be true.
Correct. Not to mention, the locations indicated in the letter match both crime scenes. What more can we trust than the defendant's own words?
I am actually kind of interested. Again, I already know it's probably going to have an underwhelming ending, but
a guilty verdict
I'm actually
cannot
a little
be
bit interested
delivered
in
without
what's
sufficient evidence. In order to protect all parties involved, that is what our principles demand. My original assessment was that we lacked said evidence. But now, it seems the only remaining questions are the identities of the victims, and the specific alchemical process used in this case.
Thanks for that line. Fuck you, writer. I fucking hate you. How the fuck do you have a job? What? I don't know. I don't know that. I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Most of the player base has no fucking clue what you're talking about. There was an event which happened 4 fucking years ago. Christ.
Rosaria! Oh, when did you get here? Who is he?
That's cool. This is not a recollection. This is something which I categorically never fucking played through, as did most of the game's community, because this was 4 years ago. Or a long time ago. This is a very long time ago this event happened. This was before Inazuma, I'm pretty sure. This is a very, very old event. They should have showed this before we went into Act, not after. A giant mutant whopper flower. Okay. Yeah, let's. We need some voice acting. Okay. One moment.
风吹来了你的消息，旅行者派蒙来找我吗？
无问题，是你喊我们来的吗？
不是他，是我。
你怎么也在？你们认识？这家伙叫什么来着？
记性真差呀！我叫塔利亚，西风教会的筑基，风神巴巴托斯的传道者，记住哟。没错。庭审期间，我注意到了你这位传说中的荣誉骑士。你看起来有很多想法，既然如此，我们一起聊聊。怎么说，我都是巴巴托斯的传道者。像这种性质恶劣、影响民生的重大案件，怎么？
等等，你知道？
知道什么？酒馆里的好伙伴，街头巷尾的流风，亲爱的温迪，就是巴巴托斯。
不用担心，塔利亚跟我很熟，我没有瞒他。再怎么说，巴巴托斯也总要找人帮忙，在正式场合传达意见的嘛。这位传道高手，不就刚刚好适合我吗？
刚开始和你交朋友那会儿，真没想到后来的事。好了，言归正传。
Oh, that's a bit interesting. I like that kind of idea. Like, no one takes Venti seriously, so he has to get his professional friend to carry out his will. That's interesting.
听口气，你们也知道，该说不愧是风神嘛。
最初莱因多特与爱丽丝将阿贝多送来蒙德，我就知道这件事了。那样的人物来访，城中各位自然也不敢懈怠。白垩之子。完美的人造生命。现阶段案件里种种谜团都引导人们思考阿贝多的动机，他的身份会成为弱点。
人造人失控，丧失理智，做出伤害他人的疯狂举动。小说会这么写，自然也有人会这么想。
说起来，我记得阿贝多讲过，人类不只渴望超越与奇迹，也很需要平凡。
与我不同。极为异类，非常普遍的现象。
得想办法帮帮你的朋友了呢。我吗？ 我知道阿贝多是人造人，也知道近来蒙德城里有不少怪事，还知道风花节是喝酒、唱歌和聚会的好日子。
哦，所以城里那些怪事你也知道呀？我跟你说，我们一回来就遇到了。
你说的这些，我也观察到了一部分。迈尔斯总是无精打采，贝亚特利奇心神不宁，就是没发现唐纳不在艾迪卢克老爷。
再也没有值得歌颂的爱了。山谷之间仅于灾难的叙事，谁愿迎接如此命运？拯救的勇士尚未来到吗？
那唱的灾是什么呢？
回答你们好奇的是，如果要巴巴托斯来说，这回的故事算得上必经的考验。有人得想办法跨越难关了。在命运面前，七执政也应予以尊重。不过，哪位好心人能去帮帮那位亲爱的朋友呢？万一他真有个3长2短，遭遇不测，蒙德大概不会好过。
搞了半天，叫我们过来是让我们多帮忙呀。
无论阿贝多是不是凶手，守护蒙德也是荣誉骑士的使命。我也不会让你一个人忙碌的啦，准备了一点小惊喜，请看。
炸弹啊！
放心，我心都拔了，不会爆炸的。嘟嘟通讯仪向大家问好喽。
啊，这东西现在归你用了。
都是老相识，借来用2天没什么关系吧？用这个小发明加上我的一点小把戏，就能和你们保持联络了。需要的时候拿起它找我就行。非常感谢，无论接下来有什么，风都会常伴你左右。
I love Venti's character design so much. I love that cape. Gives him a really nice looking silhouette as well. Venti is high key one of my favorite character designs in the game, and I love his kit for some reason. It's so weird. Venti should be the easiest character with an energy economy in the whole game, right? Where is he? Venti, my boy, where are you? Am I blind? Yes, I am. Okay. His burst costs... Oh, it costs 60. Yeah, of course it does. Right. So it costs 60. And... Yeah, so it costs 60, but it actually costs 45 because you get 15 for free. So it only costs 45 energy. Despite that, I feel like I have to build him with 200% ER, and even then, sometimes he still doesn't get his burst back. It's just fucking crazy. I didn't get it. And also, of course, he's not good anymore, which kind of sucks. But I'd love to actually use Venti. But unfortunately, he's been benched for a very long time. I've only ever used him a couple times in the Abyss for the protection stages, but they actually deleted those. So he's literally just useless now. Oh boy.
“我知道你们非常震惊，但证据确凿，阿贝多行事……
我还是不相信阿贝多会做这种事，把活人拿去当炼金材料，这种小说里才会出现的事情，他不会干吧？
单论立场，我不应该偏袒任何一方。可我和阿贝多一起工作过，他是炼金术士，不是疯子，所以……
我比你们任何人都不愿相信这个结果。可是，关于阿贝多，法尔加曾经说过他很特别。我想，我们了解的还不够多。先看看阿贝多自己的态度吧。各位，给我一点谈话空间，后面还有人。
请。
旅行者，派蒙，来得正好，凯亚有事找你们。
刚才秦也说过，一定时间内还能对判决结果提出抗议。我作为代理，他的状态有些奇怪，我不确定他那种表情是什么意思。是的，现阶段需要你们也行动起来。不，是你自己调查。我这边会继续我的任务。
虽说现在是风花节，于情于理，我们似乎不应该委托你什么。可阿贝多是我们一同，如果是你的话，我们都信任你，也相信你会找到真相。
可是，万一那些都是……
万一那些都是真的，你的判断同样有意义，多半有第二次庭审。在那之前，骑士团2楼阿贝多的办公室将对你开。
Holy shit! We're finally going to the second floor. Holy shit! Oh my god! The second floor. Well, that's just mean. Alright, well now there's a third floor we need to get to. Oh my god. I've been wanting to get up here for so long, and it's just Albedo's office, great.
凯亚队长，这么说来，这2位受秦委托调查阿贝多的办公室。既然秦团长批准，请进。
这里就是阿贝多的办公室啊，第一次见呢，确实有他的风格。
去吧，好好加油。我这边还有事要忙，先不打扰你们了。
那我们两边都要加油啊！
It's a little bit distracting when I can literally recognize the decorations from my teapot. I have all this shit in my teapot. Ah, nice wall of books. I really hope they let us back up here after the quest. That's going to be really cringe if they don't.
好，来看看这里都有些什么线索吧。炼金术士的书本都好高深啊，还很有来头的样子。啊，桌子这里好像有个暗格。计划的名字被滴下来的墨水搞得完全看。这是什么意思？这个位置难道也有？看起来都调查的差不多，有的话就去。啊，温迪联络我们了，快听听。
嗨，调查的如何？还顺利吗？
顺利是顺利，但……好像只是顺利的找到了一些加上阿贝多嫌疑的证物。
是吗？ 所以，阿贝多确实保存着一些不利于他的研究记录，对吗？的确很不乐观。阿贝多毕竟是黄金莱茵多特创
I
造
thought
出来
there's
的
more
孩子。
stuff to interact with on the desk.
这件事没公开还好，一旦公开，人们会说是子承母业。无论从炼金技术还是道德伦理观来看，莱茵多特都很疯狂。而这些证据，连知道他身份的人看了都会动摇，比如你。你呢？你相信阿贝多吗？
对啊，他毕竟是我们的朋友，我不想怀疑朋友。如果这些都是真的，阿贝多为什么要那样做？他一定有他的苦衷吧？他只是不方便说出来，对吧？
无论如何，既然你们答应过要公正的调查，那就要给出公平的调查结果。客观的面对真相也是一种帮助。按照你真实的感受汇报结果吧。记住，你是客观的，也并没有任何责任。
也是，那我们走吧，去跟秦团长汇报情况。那个人迈尔斯，他怎么在那里啊？
抱歉，我看门里有些声音。
我们是经过秦团长同意来调查的。
好的，抱歉，我无意打扰你们。
等等，你刚刚……
说是……
那就当没听过吧，拜托拜托。
哦。
暗格里的那张地图果然还是很让人在意呢。好，来看看这里都有些什么线索吧。人体炼成，阿贝多真的在研究这种事吗？不行，不能多想。可恶，我完全看不懂。到底是我太笨，还是炼金术太难呀？
It looks like a whopper flower nectar. Hm.
来吧。
该就是这附近了。你。 好奇怪的坑，按照警方的意思，他们怀疑阿贝多用炼金，要是阿贝多干的。
来吧。
二位，你们回来了，有什么发现吗？
发现是有，但没有什么能帮助阿贝多的。
这样啊，我明白了。不论如何，还是很感谢你们。是的，他要求进行第2次审判，而且，我也希望案件中剩余的谜团能被解开。例如，死者究竟是谁？ 藏尸地留下的牙齿和骨骼已经送去化验了，总能找到死者来历的。只不过，
你怎么这个表情呀？
假如死者的身份被确认是蒙德公民，这起案件的性质只会更严重，而且第2次审判可能就要被转为公开，那对阿贝多来说相当不利。
怎么会这样？唉。
第2次审判将在2天后举行，届时还请到场参加。
好的，我们记住了。那
谢谢你们的关心，我会努力尽到应尽的责任。迈尔斯。
Dead by Daylight, Five Nights at Freddy's, Summer 2025. It's Springtrap. That might bring you back to Dead by Daylight. I fucking despise Dead by Daylight with all my heart. I quite firmly believe you could argue it's the worst game ever made. But Springtrap and Five Nights at Freddy's is something I've been asking for like 8 years. So I'm cautiously excited. That being said, I hate playing killer, so.
2位，准备好的话，我们就出发吧。
More so, I hate the modern killer experience. Things back in the day, Dead by Daylight is weird. We went from 2 different extremes. Back in the day, in Dead by Daylight, matches were really long, but survivors had more. They were more overpowered in chase. Back in the day. So, although it was harder to get gen rushed because we had strong perks like Ruin, which since got nerfed, that helped to kill it. But then the thing which helped survivors was a really strong chase power.
in the time since then, it's now been easier to catch survivors and chase thanks to new perks and new killer powers and map redesigns and such, and rebalancing of certain game mechanics and stuff. But now we have the inverse problem, where now it's easier to catch a survivor in a chase. But instead, what they've done is that now the games are so incredibly fast-paced. A standard match of DBD used to be like fucking 15 minutes. My main problem with the game used to be that the matches were so long. Now it's the opposite. Now the matches are so insanely short. This is extremely stressful.
好，请跟我。
I love the Mondstadt style, purpley blue and golden lighting.
为阿贝多被指控谋杀与藏尸一案的第2次审判，依然由我，秦古恩希尔德代为进行。庭审人员配置不变，陪审员仍由西风教会助祭塔利亚先生担任。检举方代表赫塔小姐，被告的代理发言人凯亚先生，本次案件被告人西风骑士团调查小队队长阿贝多。人员均已就位，我们开始吧。赫塔小姐，联合调查小组是否有新发现？
是的，我们将证人从藏尸处找到的牙齿与骨骼送往教会医务部门进行检验，得到结论，这确实是人的牙齿和骨骼。同时，调查小组查阅了蒙德近期的人员流动情况，我们注意到，有几个人消失了好一阵子。牙齿和骨骼为我们提供了死者的年龄与性别信息。有趣的是，近期失踪的蒙德居民中有1位恰好与检验结果完全匹配。医务部门工作繁忙，因此委托西风教会的罗莎莉亚小姐将结果带到庭审现场。
汉瑟曼，猎户，男，46岁，单身，没有亲人。因为没有亲人，所以无人报案，符合上次审判中提及的内容。此外，根据医务部门的就诊记录，这位猎户曾在3年前被机关伤到大腿骨。迪卢克先生找到的大腿骨上确实有对应伤痕，因此可以认定，被阿贝多先生埋藏起来的尸体之一是汉瑟曼。至于反常的白骨化速度，恐怕与一些专项技术有关。
推定这项技术是炼金术也算合理，对吧？
对，可以这么说。魔法、炼金术，均有可能。
感谢证人的发言。
所以，目前至少有1位死者的身份明确了。可被告的动机是什么？
基于被告的书信，有理由认为他故意选择没有亲属的单身人士下手，将他们作为炼金术实验试点对象。为了成就，牺牲蒙德居民，实在是性质恶劣。另外，还有1位证人，有请唐娜小姐。
糟糕！
哎，是花店的那个唐娜。
我很抱歉，现在才站出来。其实，就在迪卢克老爷看见阿贝多先生毁尸灭迹的那天，我也在。那天我和朋友外出露营，夜晚在山间休息，一整晚我都没睡好，就在凌晨时分起来散步。然后，我就看到了迪卢克老爷，我有点想试着与迪卢克老爷聊2句，便也往那个方向走去。随后我就看到山崖下有一个人在处理尸体，我非常害怕，生怕他会发现我。就算逃离了那个地方，也成日心惊胆战。我甚至开始想，如果没有暗恋迪洛克老爷该多好。 如果没有和他说话的愿望，就不会见到这些可怕的事了。因为害怕，直到今天才被赫塔小姐说服，站到证人席上。我感到非常抱歉。
原来如此，能站出来就已经非常勇敢了，唐娜小姐。
法庭会感谢您的勇敢与公正，唐娜小姐。
是的，是的，谢谢你。
2个证人确凿无疑，现在待解决的问题只剩下如何让尸体消失了。
我依然认为与书信中提到的炼金技术有关。被告是蒙德首屈一指的炼金术士，他完全有这个实力。
关于这一点，有位特别调查员查到了一些相关信息，我将在这里出示这些证据。
啊？难道是？
下面是从被告阿贝多位于骑士团2楼的办公室内搜出的证据，而其中最重要的一项是这张地图。这张地图与被告的笔记放在一起，上面标出的地点也与被告的书信内容以及犯罪地点一致。
请问这张地图是你的东西吗？
是。
上面的标记也是你亲手画上去的吗？
对。
你应该明白，这意味着你犯罪的事实将越发确凿，甚至无从推翻。
不要！
既然你们连我办公桌的暗格都能打开，我也得为自己辩解2句。
人证俱在，你还有什么借口？
请允许我坚持之前的说法，从始至终，我都没有杀过人。
哼，事到如今，你竟然还敢说这种话？
赫塔小姐，客观来说，你的推论算得上缜密，也有说服力。
I think it'd be really interesting if it's as simple as Albedo didn't kill anyone, but he is actually doing it. If he just found these dead people and is like, fuck it, let's do some experiments. That'd be cool.
难道你还有什么借口？
无罪之人想方设法
And
自
he's
证清
only
白，
just guilty of
怎么
fucking
能被
people's
称为
dead
找借
bodies,
口？
which is still pretty fucked up, man.
何况目前，我只是在等待。
等待，可不会让你犯罪的事实消失。
我更愿意相信，等待是一种技巧。有些事不会自然浮现出来，总得有什么人把遮盖其上的积雪浮掉才行。发现这份笔记的人是你吧，旅行者？那地图上的第3个标记点，你一定也去看过了吧？可以告诉我们那里是什么样子吗？
从这个描述来看，那里面一定也是尸体。
第1个标记点位于蒙德城附近，当时而附近的灌木丛中有一只男鞋与一小块。第3个标记点位于龙脊雪山上，我和派蒙一起观察了第3处地点，土坑里没有尸体。第2个标记点位于龙脊雪山与晨曦酒庄的中间地区。迪卢克所描述的阿贝多的行为与贝亚特利奇的描述几乎完全，而这一次迪卢克从藏尸处找到了人的骨头与牙齿。唐娜与迪卢克跟阿贝多应该都没什么过节，就算唐娜仰慕，而且唐娜的反常，根据检验结果，这些遗骸确实属于某位蒙德市民。而从证人的证词来看，阿贝多是最后一个接触那些东西的人。难道阿贝多用炼金术腐化了那具尸体，使之只留下一点点骸骨？不，3个地点都被阿贝多标记在暗格内的。根据已知信息，这3处地点，然而第3处土坑周围，雪山上有野兽与魔物。难道是这些生物将土坑里的，而且痕迹看起来并不是特别新鲜的那种。
说明第3处土坑存在的时间比之。假如第3处土坑与前2处不是一个时期留下的，我的这位朋友阿贝多，对外的身份是炼金术士，实际上他还是白垩之子，即有5大罪人之一黄金莱因多特创造的生命奇迹——人造人。相信绝大部分人都会认同以下这些观点：阿贝多为人稳重，头脑聪明，具有相当的学识。此外，不得不说，他的心思足够缜密。假如他想做什么坏事，应该会做得很隐蔽。目前为止，阿贝多并未展现出对人类的敌意，也没有表现出任何异常。但无论如何，作为朋友，都不应当暴露他是人造人的事，那只会为他带去麻烦。龙脊雪山终年覆雪，气温极低。即便如此，山上也有耐寒的动物与魔物，雪山深处更是藏有奇异的生命——魔龙杜林的残骸。他虽然已经死去很久，却依然拥有诡异的生命力。如此说来，龙脊雪山上确实发生过不少怪事。没记错的话，雪山上似乎有过与阿贝多长得一模一样的、长得一样的人。请等一下，关于我提交给秦团长的调查结果，我自己还有一个疑问。在上次庭审提到的2起案件中，被告阿贝多都被指控销毁尸体后用炼金术将地面恢复原状。可是，我在雪山看到的第3处地点却不是那样，土坑里的土是向外洒出的，更像是有什么东西被刨了出来。假如罪犯是同一个人，为什么不把第3处地点还原成没有痕迹的样子？此外，第3处地点周围的痕迹看起来也不是最近才弄上去的。我想，这足够说明他与前2次事件发生在不同时期。基于这2点，我对本起案件仍抱有怀疑。我希望得到真相，看到公正的判决结果。谢谢。
你果然发现了。的确存疑，但我必须指出一点：目前，除了那张地图，没有任何线索表明有被告之外的人知道那个地方。光凭这一项证据，被告的嫌疑就高于其他人。或者除非阿贝多先生现在要矢口否认那张。
关于这点，我来回答旅行者的问题吧。假如我想证明自己无罪，确实应当如赫塔小姐所说，矢口否认。但很遗憾，地图上的标记都是我做的，3处地点都被我藏了东西。那里的确有过3具尸体，特别是龙脊雪山上那个地点。
哼，你果然做了这种事，听到了吗？他对犯罪事实供认不讳。
不，赫塔小姐，关于那个人，我有一些故事要说。许久之前，我在雪山上遇到一位不速之客，不知为何，他似乎很想借助雪山这样人迹罕至的环境优势除掉我。他是真心要杀我。为此，我们之间发生了战斗。我杀死他，将他的尸体埋葬在雪山那个位置。
有关这件事，那天我、他、安博、旅行者、派蒙，还有冒险家协会的班尼特都在一起。那次是冒险家协会在雪山举办活动，后来活动结束，我们纷纷离开雪山。假如阿贝多说的不是我们在山腰上遇到的那个，那么他与对方的战斗应该发生在我们走后。
第1、第2起案件果然是你干的，你杀死了那些无辜的人。
不，我不认可你的说法。
亲口承认过的事实，还要当场反悔吗？难道你害怕到胡言乱语了？
赫塔小姐为什么如此尖锐呢？我还没说那件事最重要的一点。雪山上袭击我的那个人，有一头金发，蓝色眼睛，身高与我相仿， 穿着与我几乎完全一致的衣服。
哎呀，那不就完全和你一样了吗？
一样的，长得一样，为什么穿着也一样？天哪，他在说什么？我想离开这里。
可是，现在的重点应该是你在雪山实施了杀人行为吧？
是的，我在那一天杀死了跟我外形几乎完全一样的对手，但我从来没有说过我杀的是人。
原来是这个意思。看来我有必要撤销我的证言。
你说什么？
人带来了，各位。
等等，你
啊！走进来的那个人不是贺塔吗？这是怎么回事？
你是谁？你为什么会有和我一样的脸？你好啊。
如你所见，那位是西风骑士团后勤队长，贺塔。
是吗？这样啊。你刚才铺垫的一切，包括你供认犯罪事实，可对我本人展开攻击，又能对检方提出的确凿事实造成多少动摇？我站在这里，只是为了捍卫蒙德的正义。安静。
这些年我经常驻扎雪山，就是因为雪山上有我一直研究的对象——魔龙杜林。数百年前，杜林在与东风之龙特瓦林的权力一战中落败，被风神巴巴托斯与特瓦林封印在龙脊雪山。杜林是炼金术的造物，人工生命中拔尖的存在，死亡也无法真正消灭他。他的心脏仍在跳动，并随时间流逝逐渐复苏。而雪山里那个与我一模一样的人，正是杜林腹中被舍弃的试验品，人造人计划中的失败者。
人造人？
你想说什么？你想说我是人造人吗？还是说站在门口的是你从雪山弄来的冒牌货，一个人造生命？看到自己气急败坏的样子，还真是不习惯呢。冒牌货，这句话应该由我来说才对。你最近似乎很活跃嘛，冒牌货。秦团长，这不是什么需要犹豫的场合吧？你我相处这么久，难道还认不出哪一个才是你最熟悉的队长吗？
二位看起来并无区别，但从谈吐和神态来看，恐怕更倾向于后来的那位。
你能为你说的话负责吗？要知道，如果按照刚才的推论，阿贝多自己不是嫌疑更大吗？我们怎么判断两个一样的人中，他不是假的那个？我当然可以说，真的阿贝多早就被替代了。西风骑士团的诸位战友，你们之中与我一同战斗过的人，应该还记得，我身上最长的疤在哪里？
我知道。说出你的答案。
在那之前，迈尔斯，你知道吗？
啊？我……
你不知道，还是忘了？这些天听说你晕头转向，极度反常，于是，连那次战斗你是离我最近的人这件事也忘了。
不是的，我……奇怪，我的头好痛。
疤在这里。
为什么一脸紧张？难道你没有意识到这件事？还是说，骑士团里你的内应没有告诉你，赫塔的左臂有一条伤疤？
阿贝多对你们这样的东西有所研究，假如你不承认，就露出自己的胳膊。
不用惊慌，现在加上也来得及。你，或者说，你们这些享受着杜林生命力的衍生品，强悍的生命力，肆意的变化。无形之人，你不敢行动，是担心一旦开始变化，将影响到这里所有你的同伙吗？
同伙？他的同伙是迈尔斯吗？
不只是迈尔斯，被同种生命之力影响的生物大多都因此汇聚。但有趣的是，呼朋引伴反而牵制了他。一旦开始变化，你周围的人也会受到这种力量的影响，你无法控制。因为在这片生命网络里，
亮出手臂！该死！
快走！
突然开始掩护那个冒牌货了。
他要逃跑，拦住他，别让其他人阻挠了我们。
门外还有人要往里冲，应该也是和他一伙的。
行动起来，各位！
啊！他一下子跳得很高，跃了过去。
But it's not showing us any of this.
跟我追。
It's a bit awkward.
是时候了，全体列队行动！3队，冒牌货交给你们了。
终于能跟你们说话了。这几天的事我会逐条说明，但在开始之前，希望你能相信以下几点：第一，我没有杀人，也从未将死者的尸体用于炼金实验；第二，在场大部分我们的人都知道骑士团的计划，而证人中，迪卢克老爷那样敏锐的类型，也早在这次庭审前就察觉到异常。是的，跟我来。
怎么回事？城里竟然有魔物！
魔物的进攻就要开始了，都是从雪山过来的。不过我们也早有准备，应该说，我们早就在防范杜林的进一步复苏。这些怪物受到腐殖之力的影响，变得极度躁动，迟早会攻击蒙德城。为了无可避免的一战，我们安排了这些。接下来，希望你们2位能跟我一起行动，机动支援其他人。
好吧，那我们先去哪里？
去城墙上方。
Of course, I need to justify Albedo not telling anyone. Mona.
秦团长，目前骑士团周围暂无威胁，我们应对的很及时，人员部署足够充分，甚至可以分出一些机动支援各个地区。
各方面信息表明，雪山来的魔物有可能伪装成附近的居民，注意分辨。
对了，占卜结果显示，还有一些人是被某种神秘力量影响了，本身并不是魔物。
对于这些人，我们只控制不伤害，所以战斗前一定要先分辨敌人的身份。
是。
刚好说到与你有关的话题，我希望阿贝多、你和派蒙能组成机动小队。
好久不见了，我也来帮忙了。我会留在这里帮助秦团长监控全局的，其他地方就劳烦你们多操心了。别担心，水占盘上看不到一点失败的可能，这次我们一定会胜利的。
是阿贝多队长和荣誉骑士，还有那个白色的飞行生物。这附近有些居民表现得很异常，千万小心。辛苦几位了，有你们帮忙，我们才能像这样顺利控制住他们。但愿大家没事，非常感谢你们的帮助。
有人来了！救救我！拜托了，不要伤害我，求求你了！
喂，搞什么呀？是我们啦！
哎呀，不是普通民众。
差不多开始了，按我们说好的来吧。
我也这么想。哎呀，不过好久没处理过这么大场面了。
我当然会请客喝酒的，请不。
有这句话我就放心了。
看起来他们完全知道彼此的身份呢。
刚才你们庭审期间，魔物从龙脊雪山方面涌来，后来突然变得十分烦躁，恐怕是核心在里面受到了你们的压制。不过也真没想到，
进化从来都是一件值得敬畏的事情，更别说杜林还吸收了之前的假冒者。
说起来，阿贝多刚刚提到的那张
目击证人看到我藏尸的场面是真的。我一直在观察雪山那边，有些人消失在雪山里，再回来是性情大变。
他们之中有些还好些，只是被杜林的力量影响；有些，则已经被怪物吞噬，怪物变作他的样子潜入蒙德城。被取代的人大多没有亲属，表现异样也难以被察觉。怪物借着他们的形象靠近其他人。我处理掉了2个试图动手的。
那迪卢克找到的牙齿和骨头是受害人的吗？
是的。怪物吞噬他们，慢慢消化，有时甚至留些残骸作为化形的支撑。
销毁的只是怪物身躯，残骸和埋葬的仪式，都属于那些不幸的受害人。
总要有人做些什么的。而且我得到了他们腐化时的数据，很有用。当初我们在雪山一同战胜了化形成我的片片花，之后我和你们约定要各说一个故事，很高兴你还记得。那你一定记得，故事中的2号想要取代1号，为此，他用片片花改造出了3号。我与2号正面冲突，解决了他，埋在雪山。你们所看到的那个坑，就是那时留下的。但这些日子，杜林的活性化程度
So
不
you
断
see,
提高，
everything hidden in
魔物们被他的
darkness
力量
always
影响，
comes out
为
to
他
the
所用，
light.
甚至将2号的尸体刨出来，送回杜林腹中。魔龙杜林吸收了那个失败品，将他的思维模式也一并纳入思考。之后，他分化出的怪物学会了伪装。此外，近期在雪山逗留太久的人，多少都会受到杜林力量的影响，而且这种力量并不会马上影响宿主。
你们不是说城里许多人显得反常吗？刚才试图攻入骑士团的，就是那些普通人。杜林的力量潜伏在他们身上，爆发时，那种争斗的意识暂时控制了他们。
这正是我们想要的。生死关头，生命力才会完全爆发出来，我们才能找出所有受到影响变……
啊，那该怎么办？
这就是为什么我在这里了，都答应来帮忙了。
风的力量暂时控制住他们，趁此机会，骑士们将被影响的人管制起来，稍后会有专人处理。先说到这里应该差不多了。接下来要启动。
是的，所以有些小秘密，例如我的身份。
So I suppose the reason why he was keeping it to himself was so that they could
差不多了。
do things so they could find out who's affected, I guess. Okay.
蜂场，而且是这么多个。
全城范围内蜂场已就绪，各位能听到吗？
没问题。其他分队情况如何？
情况良好，目前人手充足，可以提供支援。侧门请求支援，马上过去。
好厉害！人居然可以靠着风对话吗？
受到庇佑的战士可以，这是风神巴巴托斯的恩赐。诸位，我们将赢下这次保卫行动。
其实啊，不对着风场压低声音的话，也可以不被别人听到的啦。
难怪你突然就蹲下来了呢，偷偷摸摸的。
哎，这是什么话呀？
这个声音， 温迪，温迪也在啊。
暴露了呢。
抱歉，我只是路过寻求救助的吟游诗人。就在刚才拼命呼救的时候，是阿贝多和旅行者，还有派蒙救了我。
没事就好。现在我们要往其他地方支援了。
感谢你，朋友，风神之力保佑你。至于这里嘛，交给我就行了。
Man, wouldn't it be so cool if Venti got Chuska's kit?
哎呀，如果我能选，还真不想站在正中间，还是桥上。过来了呢。
闪开！
哇塞，真是千钧一发，这下得多谢迪卢克老爷出手相助了。
不必客气，你不在这里，我也会出手。你在这里反而挡着我的路了。
那我要不还是走吧，留下来也只能提供一些元素反应造成的水蒸气，感觉没什么用啊。
是吗？
好吧，你什么时候发现事情不对劲的？
第一次庭审。
我猜猜，
相比他，
我怎么了？
没人这么说。
那迪卢克老爷觉得我是
自己想吧。下一批怪物又来了。
我看我还是别想了比较好。冻结吧，抱歉啊。
审判，可恶！老实点。真是即兴，这个如何？这刹那，将是火焰烧尽。冻结吧，
抱歉啊。
在此宣判。老实点，小心着凉。火焰烧尽。
他们在那边，迪卢克、凯亚。
你们有空过来，说明其他地方还不太紧急，对吧？
你怎么不觉得是我们关心你们才第一个过来呀？
把握主干道就是把握住战斗重心，这种选择确实稳妥。
战况还顺利吧？
不用担心，这里就交给我和这位热心支援骑士团工作的居民迪卢克。
怎么不说是前任骑兵队长和现任骑兵队长？
我不觉得有这个必要。
主干道就拜托了，我们先去其他地点了解情况。
加油。
对了，还得感谢你在庭审上的表现，我发现你后面似乎完全相信我了。
他可是从第一次审判就觉得不对劲了呢。
非要说的话，我更愿意相信曾经帮助过我的人，不会突然堕落成一个冷血杀手。
听着好暖心呀！
诚挚感谢你对我的信任和对骑士团现任骑兵队长的帮助。凯亚也辛苦了。
去吧，你们也要注意安全。
Visual screen time, and it's gone. Is this all happening in this order? We went to Venti first by coincidence. That's... Okay.
Oh, 打起精神来哟！好，这样就没问题了。
谢谢你，芭芭拉小姐。
When I see people that don't like story-driven games, they think this is what story-driven games are like. They think that gameplay mechanics forming story means Barbara casting her elemental skill and walking up to allies. It was an attempt. It's just like nowhere near. It was an attempt.
外面现在有些混
So I
乱，
appreciate
还请各位牧
it.
师留在教堂里。
你也别急着回去支援前线，你都受伤了。
我知道，请放心，我只想
Hey,
返回后方
Barbara screen
继续
time.
帮助后勤工
How
作，
much screen time has
不会贸然占
Barbara
有的。
gone? For fuck's sake. Mondstadt has gotten very little screen time for me.
如你所说，
Oh my god.
外面战况很混乱，受伤的人最好不要落单行动。那边还有几位急着上前线的伤员，我 我送你们过去。
我明白了，非常感谢罗莎莉亚小姐。
别客气，分内事。芭芭拉，教堂里面就交给你了。
请放心吧。虽然不清楚事情的起源，但姐姐她们很早就开始为今天准备了。我想，应该没问题的吧？不，是一定没问题。
芭芭拉，在忙吗？
姐姐，没有，我没事。
有些事想告诉你。接下来的日子，蒙德城里会发生一些事，会有战斗。你一定要保护好自己。
啊？怎么知道的？
阿贝多事先预警过，事情与龙脊雪山有关，他有发言权。
龙脊雪山，接下来城里会很危险吗？
我不敢保证，但骑士团的大家会尽。
那谁来保护你呢？
别担心，我也答应你，我会保护好自己。
希望那边一切顺利。
芭芭拉小姐，能来搭把手吗？
啊，好的，来了。
Well, screen time. Bennett screen time. Everyone gets screen time. This is fucking Avengers Endgame. Everyone is here. Where's Waluigi? Amber's doing something. Holy shit, wait.
各分队请注意
Mika!
怪物正从11点钟方向快速靠近。
This is the first time I have ever seen Mika in game, isn't it? Wait, no, wasn't he in the poetry event? With never mind, I'm lying. I think he was in the poetry event, wasn't he? I wait, Mika! Best boy.
25个球球人，2个球球火斧王，还有多种史莱姆。
请准备好元素对策。哦，谢了，安博。
Why was he touching his ears if he's got a fucking earpiece? That's not how it's working. They said there was a wind. What? Fuck.
不是牵制。
Can't you? I don't know Amber's kit. They're truly making us play the most compelling character kits here. There's something to really appreciate about older Genshin kits where they're way more grounded. I do miss that. So obviously, like nowadays, things are getting crazier and crazier. I do miss when it was more grounded.
但有个重要任务需要你消失一段时间，最好所有人都以为你死了，然后隔了2天，你突然又冒出来了，看起来也没什么不一样。如果事先不知道，我可能真会被骗到吧。
所以那种才可怕呢。
就是，谁愿意相信身边人被这些怪物替代了呀？我想想都觉得恐怖呢。
没关系，这次之后，同类问题应该会被根除。
阿贝多先生，你还好吧？没有遇到太多麻烦吧？
我也是，一度以为是真的，简直不敢相信。
连安博都不知道，看来优拉小姐的保密工作完成得非常好。感谢2位关心，我很好。
优拉确实是这样，认真的时候不会松口，交给她保密的事也绝不会泄露。这个我们也很早就发现了，优拉确实非常可靠啊。
不过，最初怎么决定让赫塔消失的来着？打了这么半天，我都有点想不起来了。
是凯亚提出我们的计划，需要一个足够被大家注意到，有相当声望，又不那么高调夺目的人物。毫无疑问， 没有比赫塔小姐更适合这句话的人选，所以她主动提出消失，在西风骑士团内部。
这么说来，最开始还听说有骑士团的成员遭遇了不幸，可是
那也是策略之一。我们安排的顺序如下：首先，骑士团内传出消息，传信人是骑兵队长凯亚和赫塔的直属队员，情况可信度极高。在赫塔迟迟没有出现的情况下，对方踏入陷阱。
I'm alright with that kind of explanation. I'm just wondering if this, you know, is this the right moment to be telling people this? There's
这是多
monsters.
久以前的事呀？
至少半年。
居然那么早就开始准备了。
这一次的对手比我们想的还要谨慎。魔物们一直在野外搜索赫塔的尸体，以便随时毁尸灭迹。时间必须足够长，才能让假赫塔确定他已经博取了我们的信任。此外，他也需要搜集有关我的不利证据，给他空间和时间，才能诱导他相信自己胜券在握。
可是杜林那边是怎么知道骑士团内部消息的呢？
因为骑士团内部也有他们的眼线。
别担心，眼线不受封神庇护。巴巴托斯已经寻到那个人。
不过说真的，我被吓得不轻呢。第一次审判的时候，阿贝多都没怎么找到有利。
是预期中的。如果我解释的太过具体，例如死者不是人类，难免会被对方反咬一口。而涉及到雪山生物的伪装手法，他肯定会追问我为什么知道这些。万一抖出我的真实身份，容易使我失去社会意义上的信任。
This doesn't track though, because it doesn't. I mean, yeah, the public's trusting you'd be gone, but you would never under any legal problem anyway. Because everyone involved at the trial knew it was bullshit. So that, I know that tracks.
那样反而是中了他们的圈套。反驳就会被迫暴露身世，不反驳则背负杀人罪名。
You agree with?
他们也考虑了很多。
Is this a writer trying to big themselves
幸
up?
好后来找到了突破口。
You're not that
感
clever.
谢旅行者。另外，你或许还不知道，从一开始，你也在我们的计划里。关于这点，我在这里正式的向你们2位道歉。虽然这么说可能会让你们有些意外，实际上，正是为了让计划更完整，我才暂时对你们隐瞒了
Reminder, we showed up here by
早在计划阶
coincidence
段
for
我就明
Windbloom.
白，留在办公室里的那些信件，需要一个公平、独立又愿意追
Okay,
求真
but
相的阅
how
读者。
would you know I would be here?
所以我想到了旅行者。如果是你，风花节期间一定会赶回蒙德，得知有这样的
Well, I
评
guess
审，
maybe
也
they
一定会前来
specifically
观看
waited。for us, I guess.
随后，
Maybe.
基于正义感与责任感，你将
That
肩
would
负
be
起
why
荣誉
Gene
骑士的名
invited
号，
us, and so then once
展开独立
Gene
调查。
invited us, then they
假
decided to
赫
have a
塔
trial.
也就是2号
I，guess that makes
他
sense.
在雪山见过你。如果连你也动摇，他一定会被煽动开始全面攻击，我们才能趁虚而入。是的，在最初的计划中，我们就将你一并列入了。但愿那部分没能及时交代给，也请不要太过谴责阿贝多，他确实为蒙德
This is
考虑
like
良多。
Persona 5.
计划涉及太多人，
With
我们不得不做
the
到这一步。
荣誉骑士和派蒙永远
twist reveal. When is it? When that happens?
真的吗？太好了！
Is it, was it November? This reminds me of that plot twist where it's like, yeah, cool idea. Even though, of course, I prefer the other version of that character where they aren't just evil. I prefer them pre-twist. But it's also like, here's a whole bunch of bullshit to justify the twist, and it's like, okay.
是我们感谢你才对。
喂，我好像听到尤拉的声音了，要不要去侧门看看？
Oh my god.
没想到一离开审判所就是这种场面。
真的，我还觉得你心理素质挺好的呢。庭审中那么多突发信息，你都听下来了。
啊，塔莉，
抱歉抱歉，我是受罗莎莉亚委托来保护你的。女孩子一个人太危险了，我帮你吧。
啊！真没想到罗莎莉亚小姐还记得我。
她肯定记得。 以前他不是总监？
那个也是呢。说起来，
据我所知，阿贝多好像在庭审开始前我收回前言，你确实还挺容易被吓到的呢。
对不起，只是没想到。
大概是因为他判断时机已经。
前些日子，阿贝多先生在图书馆跟我说这件事。
不害怕？
不害怕，我相信自己。哦，对了，朱记，
幸好没有，否则我们生意。
那个东西原来。这些怪东西，你最就阿贝多旅行者，听我说，如果我会一直在这里，
那就太好了。
Official screen time. Official screen time.
陷阱如剑。
No, it's up.
“刚才你倒在路边，我还以为你受伤了呢。”
哦，天哪，真的很抱歉。
我明白，很常见的战术嘛。哦，阿贝多来了，送他去猫尾酒馆吧。迪奥娜打算让那里成为临时避难所。我明白了，我马上。
阿贝多队长，荣誉骑士，
专心战斗，支援交给我们。
Hold up, does Albedo literally just have the same kids as Chiori?
创生之法
Doing the same thing.
此即诞生之刻。
交给我吧。
There's a counter as well. What's that for?
密造阳华，
纵然，我会注意女仆的礼仪。
Thanks, game. It's also weird. Why does he give a fucking plunging thing as well?
托你们的福，战斗结束的比预期更快。我会守在这里帮助各位居民，请务必注意安。
Most fucking random kit in the game. And he has split scaling. What the fuck were they thinking when they were designing this kit? Fucking raise the screen time.
哎呀，这不是小可爱吗？看来我们的麻烦又变少了。
是卢皮卡，辛苦你们了，请让我们也搭把手。
该垫一垫了。
Albedo's hit. Cinnabar Spindle. It's a 4-star. It's interesting. It's basically there. Bizarre, the most random kit ever.
纵然，嘿，嘿呀，嘿，
见证伟业吧，绽放吧。
好久没在风花节期间尽情电什么人了呢？
老师，
你说电人，当然不多了。只是对了，前些日子老师给我写信还问起这件事呢。学生继承老师的风格，很合理吧？我的老师也是一个温柔的苏伦派老爷子呢，所以这次也只用了很温柔的电法哦，就算秦看到都不方便阻止我的那种。
原来可以温柔的电人，
看起来丽莎小姐状态很不错。
是啊，活动一下身体，对健康也很有益处呢。
怪我，明知道可莉动作很快，注意力还是不够集中，一眨眼她就消失了。糟糕，怎么跟阿贝多交代？
跟阿贝多交代什么？
阿贝多，还有旅行者和派蒙，
机动支援所有单位，有什么事要向我交代的话，直说无妨。
是呀，反正我们都听见了嘛。
可莉她就在我眼前消失了，非常抱歉，
如果是这方面，你不必。
等等，有个家伙出，
先应战吧。
本来就在我旁边的，突然跑开了，一转头整个不见了。
可莉的速度一向很快，别担心，他也是骑士。
This is not a monster. This is a mech. Okay.
你看，小孩子脚程很快。
炸弹真有力道。
我明白了。
肯莉来帮忙。
冰浪怒涛，
棒棒炸弹。胜利！
辛苦了，可莉做得很好，下次也麻烦你保护尤拉了。
阿贝多，你
没问题，交给可莉吧。阿贝多哥哥是不是要去巡逻？听说你露营了好几天，回来的时候这些大家伙也跟来了。
露营，原来如此。
所以我现在要去和秦团长会合，结算一下露营的开销之类的事。可莉，
那就拜托这位火花骑士护送我了。
啊，可莉感到很荣幸，可莉会加油的。
Lee is the sweetest fucking character ever. Shit. It's weird that there's literally fucking no one on the streets, but I suppose they are taking shelter.
告一段落，各位辛苦了，都没受伤吧？
没问题的。
It's just over? Okay.
伤员不多，我这里有记录。
那就好， 稍后我看一下。
我们回来啦！
大家都没事吧？
安博，怎么样？
我没事，放心。肯利护送尤拉姐姐回来啦！哎呀，是这样吗？可莉好厉害呀！
其他几位那边，
我回来了，任务都完成了。
没事就好。这次保卫行动我们赢得很漂亮，感谢所有人。秦团长指挥也辛苦了，这些日子你操了许多心，好好休息一下吧。我会的，这话也应该送给你才是。我的话，事情还没结束，恐怕还要忙一会儿。还有，啊，我想起来了，正好旅行者和派蒙也在，稍后一起回总部说吧。手头没事的各位，也请先回骑士团或教会休息吧。
那可莉跟我们走吧，去喝点茶。我们那里还有新鲜的月亮派，要吃要吃。
嗨，各位，温迪先生，这次辛苦您了。
啊，什么辛苦了？糟糕，难道我东躲西藏逃命的事被你发现了？
不是的，抱歉，请当我没说。
开玩笑的啦。开玩笑的啦。不过这次确实不容易呢，风吹得我的帽子差点飞走，还是好几次。
风里有没有你想要的话语？
我站在城墙上，全神贯注听了好久呢，收获嘛，自然也是有的。烦躁的声音，孩童躁动愤怒的声音，全都有啊。
故事中的2号，其情感被杜林吸收，让与世隔绝的杜林对如今这个世界稍微有了认识。譬如，他已经不是母亲唯一的孩子了，他可能还得知了自己也不是完美作品，这显然让他无法接受。因此，他产生了一种非常真实的情感。除掉完美体，母亲只需要我一个孩子就够了。这样的思维被杜林的生存和竞争本能催生出来，影响与他有关的人，指控我是他模仿2号思维做出的最智慧行为。可归根结底，杜林并不具有高度社会化的能力，他的衍生物能做到这一步，已经是奇迹了。
原来是这样，所以风里才能听到孩童的愤怒和躁动吗？
很近。这种气息。
方妮雅小姐，怎么不过来一起汇报？
我好像没什么需要特别报备的。
是吗？我们刚才还在战斗中提起你调任第7小队的事，这次保卫行动
很顺利。
哦，是吗？那请问为什么只有你从那个方向过来？难道说你没有听见战斗最后风中传递的通知？始终都以为我们要按最初说的计划那样。
战中计划临时变更不少，你应该听不到，因为早在大半年前去雪山的时候，我……可恶！别动，剩下的话回总部慢慢说吧。别害怕，我会想办法解决你身上存在的恶性影响。
方妮雅已经交由其他人照看了，她的问题你应该能解决。
只要我们接下来的行动顺利。
战斗不是已经结束了吗？还有什么行动？
接下来算是我个人的小小计划。我事先请教过温迪，现阶段是否可以发起3方会晤？
这个传统倒没有太久的历史，甚至是
我到现在还记得法尔加跑来问我，能不能行个方便，帮他联系一下魔女会的各位。看他那个样子，就差开口叫他们姐姐了呢。
From what I heard, we're going to be meeting Varka in Nodcry, and I'm actually excited because Varka is a character who's been mentioned since the very beginning of the game. And he is the head of the Knights of Favonius, so he is a character of a reputation. I'm excited to meet him, hopefully. Hopefully he's not a twink, hopefully he's badass. I'm basically imagining him as Capitano, but actually going to be fucking playable. I'm also excited for Klee and Albedo's mother, Alice. Hoping they make her a character one day. For her, honestly, I would hope it's literally just Lisa, but red. I think that'd be really cool.
姐姐，法尔加难道是什么小年轻吗？
小年轻可能谈不上，年纪很大更是不至于。
是会在各种场合突然开始开玩笑的岁数。
确实。
They're fucking Danny Overs. I
所谓的3方
hope
会
he's not a
晤是
disappointment.
指西风骑士团及西风教会联合势力、魔女会以及风神巴巴托斯3方。
And I absolutely think he would be a
靠
cryo
着巴巴
character.
托
That
斯
just
大人
doesn't
引
make
荐
sense to me.
法尔加赢得了与魔女正式会面的机会。
Oh, well, okay, well, there you go. Is that Vark on the left then? Alright.
他凭借口才与魔女会交涉，得到魔女们的首肯，为蒙德赢下至关。承诺的内容是，未来某一刻，在蒙德最需要帮助的时候，魔女们将归来此地，成为蒙德的助力。
现在，我想再次请求会晤，提出我的要求。温迪，麻烦你了。
旅行者，把嘟嘟通讯仪给我一下。
啊，居然要用到这个东西啊！
准备开始了。应该是这样联系的吧。
什么东西在响？哎，风里的声音。
等等，这个声音……
等一下，巴巴托斯，
法尔加，
大团长。
抱歉，是我联系错了呢。不好意思，法尔加，你应该在忙吧？
如果你是指我头上有武器，背后有敌人，面前还有赶着来揍我的人的话，
哦，那你忙吧，有空再联系。
替我跟大家问好。哦，对了，我还有私房钱，你上次不是说我欠你酒吗？自己去拿吧，就藏在……
啊！你干嘛打断他？让他说完呀！私房钱藏在哪？
应该不至于吧。
For record, I absolutely imagined Varka as an old guy. That's something we don't have any old playable characters, right? The oldest we have is John Lee, and he looks like a man in like his 50s. Give us a fucking 90-year-old man that's just a badass, please.
啊，喂，有人找我吗？
Here's Alice, presumably.
你好啊，
Yes,
我是温迪。
yeah.
温迪，我好像不认识叫温迪的朋友呀。
I basically want Alice to be Clee's old outfit, just for an adult.
就是巴巴托斯啦，不要一副不记得的样子。
抱歉，忍不住就说了这种话。亲爱的巴巴托斯大人，
你还记得三方会晤吗？其实今天有一位朋友想再次启动这个仪式，我是替他出面的。
哦，蒙德居然又有这么勇敢的人了吗？
是我，爱丽丝阿姨，西风骑士团调查小队队长阿贝多，恳请与魔女会展开一次正式会晤。
你的愿望是什么呢，亲爱的小阿贝多？
我要做一件前所未有的事。
多前所未有？你的母亲莱茵多特也没有做过吗？
从定义上说不是，而从地点和原材料来说，是的。
什么意思来着？哦，听起来有点意思。我马上到。
爱丽丝女士到哪里？这间办公室吗？
哦嗨，你们好呀。
爱丽丝阿姨，这次是大号嘟嘟可了。
不可爱吗？嘿嘿嘿，看，嘟嘟可还有专属的帽子呢。
Okay, there's two ways to interpret this. There's two ways. One, the character model isn't ready yet. Or number two, she's not gonna be playable.
真是心灵手巧啊！好久不见了。
Alice and Varka are the two characters that I actually care about in Genshin lore. They're the only two lore characters that we occasionally hear of and I'm actually interested in. So I really hope Alice and Varka are playable, also because we desperately need more Mondstadt characters. The last Mondstadt character was Mika, and Mika was prior to Inazuma, for context. It's been a long time.
我仅代表魔女会同意小阿贝多的请求。我猜你们多半还要准备一下。没关系，准备。爱丽丝真……向来如此哦。
谢谢你。出发之前，我认为你们趁现在去一趟我的办公。
这次有太多事要感谢你，爸爸。
这么客气，反倒显得我平时和……
您知道我不是那个意思。巴巴托斯大人有自己的策略，我们无从智慧。
I honestly don't remember the Mondstadt Archon quest. I didn't remember if Venti told Jean or not, but I guess
骑
he
士团
did.
和教会的各位才真是辛苦了，还有我们的朋友，荣誉骑士和派蒙。在担心阿贝多接
多少有一点，不过我仅仅是本能，阿贝多总能拿出最理想的结果。
你能这么想就太好了。出发之前，我趁现在去一趟我的。
说起来，阿贝多办公室的门为什么一直关着？难道是藏了什么好吃？
Hey,
不要
he's
大喊
back.
大叫嘛！
小杜林，你怎么在这里呀？
Is
其
Wanderer here?
实刚才城里混战的时候，我也偷偷帮忙了，还想拍一下小派蒙的肩膀，可惜你飞得很快。是的，我来蒙德好几天了。
没关系，我们……你是来蒙德观光的吗？
我确实去偷偷参加了风花节，不过我不是来玩的。阿贝多和我约定了，要一起完成一件伟大
I
的事。
forget, was Wanderer like looking after him or something? I thought. No, okay.
我想，
Sorry, Bruce. His name is
我想
Bruce.
取代雪山的杜林，作为被复活的那一个来到世
Yep.
上。
Wow,
原来是
people.
这件事，
Did they?
我们
Is
知道
this a
呀。
leak or was
你
it
这不是已
predicted?
经顺利来到书外面的世界了吗？
抱歉，是我。阿贝多说，他有办法用炼金术让我变成人类。
Okay.
他已经准备了很久。
小杜林，
我不知道想不想。
Mini
我有点不
doing gonna
明白
become a
这种事情
playboy
上什么才……但是，我也是杜林啊，不想在这种地方输给别的龙。这些阿贝多都跟我说过，他说雪山的杜林攻击性很强，也更原始，而我是妈妈创造的故事书里的龙，纯粹的部分正好可以用来抵消魔龙身上恶的部分。其实我也想过，假如变成人，又或者我本来也不是一个完整的灵魂，比起毫无
Be
变化，
interesting if this actually
我
changes
希望我
Dragon's
的
Blood.
存在比现在更有意义。遏制一条龙，成为一个人，听起来
What the
就有意义。
fuck is this? Whoa,
所以，
whoa,
请不要为我担心，是我自己想。
whoa! The maturity of this dialogue suddenly fucking skyrocketed, and we're talking to a tiny baby fucking dragon. What the fuck? Genshin went from anime Avengers fucking team up with a Mondstadt cast to I want my life to have meaning. Really fucking quick.
把你变成人，
Okay.
听起来非常不简单呢。难怪阿贝多要去参加魔女会。
That's really interesting. Let's hope he's a playable
我很感
character and
谢
therefore
他，
actually gets screen time.
而且
I'm all
其实
for
我
this,
都不知
actually.
道我们算是什么关系。
Is this about being
阿
a
贝
weekly
多告
boss
诉
man?
我，他是白垩之子，人造人。这世上只有我们2个这样活着。如果世界上的生物都以种族来分类，
会的吧？要相信彼此啊。
Okay, I'm interested again. I'll be honest, like I was interested in the court plot at first, though it was obvious that, you know, there was gonna be some solution, and I predicted it was body snatchers. Immediately. So the court scenes were actually nice somehow. I'm not sure why I liked them, but I did. Then this whole scene here is kind of neat. It's fun to see all the Mondstadt characters again. It's fun to have these little gameplay segments where he plays them in more grounded ways. But it is a little bit like, okay. Like, the camera's panning around and people doing shit, and you're like... This game makes hundreds of millions every month. You can afford to do way better. This should not be considered an achievement. This kind of thing should be a disappointing kind of standard of content, not like the standout thing. And still, it's not like this is well written. Like, you can already say that, like, some of what this whole plan is a bit dumb. You can say it's very contrived, the exposition's quite clunky. Then there's that one moment where a writer kind of bigs themselves up on how clever they're being, but not really. It's, yeah. But I am enjoying it. I think this quest so far is better than everything in Natlan post Act 1. Unironically. or maybe Act 2 as well. Natlan Acts 1 and 2 were okay. 1 was the best, 2 wasn't as good as Act 1. Act 1 was like genuinely good. I liked it. I thought it was a good introduction. Act 2 was... I think it was Act 2. The one where you save Kachina. If I remember correctly, that was Act 2. Act 1 is where you first show up and there's a tournament. And then probably at like the end of Act 1, Kachina fucking dies. And then Act 2 is when you go save her, isn't it? It's like, it's after you meet Chaska. And there's the whole thing about like the orb and something or other. That's when it starts to go downhill. Like, it was like at that point, past that point, Natlan was just a shit show. But I would genuinely say this so far has been, at the very least, more entertaining than everything in Natlan, basically. I've been consistently just more interested, at the very least.
知道，我告诉他我想回到蒙德履行这个责任，他没反对，只是叫我快点去吧。
His name is Bruce.
我想他应该是支持的，或者阿茂也认为我最终会和阿贝多成为同个种族，有些害怕，又很期待能在这。
But I want to read this reasoning again, actually, because I think that you could argue that the meta-narrative isn't good with this. So I thought part of the whole point of Mini Duran's original story was him accepting himself and the people's fear of him, or something like that it was, right? So you could argue that him turning himself into a human is actually kind of a bad thing. I'm actually going to screenshot that. Okay, so is he doing it because he has to? Because we have to get rid of Duran, and so to do that, they're replacing Duran with Mini Duran? For fuck's sake.
我有点紧张，但又不止紧张，还有些。
I'm glad we got his guy back, because I was scared we were never going to see him again.
我几乎没怎么拥有过。
And hell, if he becomes a playable character, that'd be cool as fuck. I'm all for a guy that's like a fucking human but purple.
确保阿贝多的计划成功。
If he's not playable though, that's just annoying. Compelling characters should be fucking playable. Stop giving the good stories to fucking NPCs. Isn't this Imaginarium Theatre? No, I'm not running Imaginarium. Wait, are we literally running Imaginarium Theatre? Recommended elements, hydro, cryo. Okay. Right. Unfucking believable. Wait, are you actually going to give me an option to change my party? Because I didn't, because I assumed I wouldn't have it.
夫人哪位大人的座位是？应该没人计较这些。巴巴托斯大人客气啦。
I did hear that a weekly boss this time has an elemental restriction, which is fucking fantastic. Can we stop making shitty weekly bosses?
所以，小阿贝多，你想要完成的空前绝后的事。
Like, if you think about it, the previous example, like, what's her name? Signora, she has an elemental restriction, kind of, but it's fine because she spawns the butterflies in the fight for you anyway. So yes, it's better if you bring a pyro character or hydro character, but you don't have to by any means. Whereas, say, for the Natlan weekly boss, if you don't bring Maruika, you're going to have a shit time. In fact, one of the boss fight's fucking mechanics is impossible to counter if you do not have at least 2 Natlan characters in your party. And even it's not just any 2 Natlan characters, it has to be someone specific. You can run Pyro Traveler and then one other Natlan character it has to be. Or Maruika.
我常年在雪山考察，非常清楚它的危
Such a
害。
fucking dog shit boss
杜林
now.
现在复苏程度不到一半，都能对蒙德造成如此大的威胁。如果让他完全复苏，后果恐怕更难。
I forgot what the Mayor Javari is. I really want to go out some peanut butter sandwiches.
生命力带来的危险，就必须将它根除。偏偏它又是个死后无法被完全消灭，随时可能再苏醒的特殊。
I don't know.
解决
I don't know. I just got crazy.
是将它彻底杀死，并人为复活成其他模样。不再以原本的形式生存下去，也不再是完全的怪物。我要让它成为类人之物。夏天的时候。 我和可莉去了一处名为西木兰卡的童话世界，您一定还记得，那是魔女们的地盘。
Oh yeah, didn't Albedo show up like right at the very end of that event? He wasn't like actually in the narrative. He was like one of the characters at the end. Mona was there as well.
原来如此，在那段旅途中，我知道了一件事：杜林必将复活。我也在那里深受启发，由 M 创造的纯洁之魂，很可能是改变杜林命运。 并实现我计划的
So
最大目标之一。
that was Nilu, Kivara, Navia, and Bruce. Yeah. Nilu, yeah.
从那以后，我想象出一个炼金模型，以西木兰卡的童话之龙作为灵魂，将原本的龙心制成血液、肉体。 则用禁忌海魔兽的碎块与母亲留下的胚胎来调配，龙毒的腐坏之力与魔兽肉块的疯狂活性会互相抵消，让塑造出的肉体保持在最平衡状态。腐朽之力与生命力碰撞，催生出极强的副作用。将之加入炼金实验，成果绝对超乎想象。
你说这些事的模样还真有点疯狂，不愧是黄金莱茵多特的孩子呢。
爱丽丝阿姨认为这是不好的事吗？
怎么会呢？我只觉得你们都很特别，而且有趣。难怪你要请温迪帮忙提出请求。你所需要的原材料极其珍贵，滥用一小部分都会引发惊人的动乱。要材料
I am glad they brought us back to Mondstadt after a long time, and they didn't just say, "Oh, go hang out with Eula for an hour." They actually brought back. Most of the Mondstadt cast, not all of them were voiced in English, but they brought them back, and then they gave us a little bit of Varka, and Alice is fucking here suddenly, and fucking Mini Druin is back. No Hat Guy, unfortunately, no Bruce, but that's okay.
我明白，我也猜到会有这个场面，所以特地请了旅行者一起过来。
But I'm not you. They said you need to prove yourself. I'm not you, you fucker.
猜到我们的习俗了，是吗？
艾丽，奋进的戏码。
让亲爱的朋友来陪伴见证你的成。不过这次小派蒙不能去哦。
I really like the Chinese voice acting, even though I have no clue what the fuck they're saying.
模拟会的考验有一定难
You
度，
can always pick up on
而
the
且我刚才
energy
已经选好了给这两位
in
的
the
试验内
voice.
容，只有2个位置呢，
At the very
人
least.
一多就不好办了。小派蒙会原谅阿姨的吧？
好啦好啦，哪有阿姨为这种事跟我撒娇的嘛？服了你了。
真好说话呢。那么准备一下，以桌上棋盘为蓝图，你们
愿意和我一起参加试炼吗？旅行者，准备好了吗？
Wait. No, I need to change the team composition. No. We're fucked. We're ruined. We don't have either of the two elements. I didn't realize you meant for me to change at that specific moment. Up until that point, we were locked in a story mode where when you press the pause button, it asks you if you want to leave. There was no indication that that had changed at all, that state of affairs. So I assumed I was going to receive a prompt to change my party, not have to manually do it myself. Okay, let's see if this is actually going to be a problem. Maybe it won't be.
没什么，只是觉得变小以后再听派蒙的声音，比平时还响亮。他总是中气十足，真有精神啊！
不用担心，我们很快就会回去见他。
小阿贝都
That's cute.
爱丽丝阿姨，你居然亲自考验我们。
Please tell me that this doesn't completely rely on Hydra and Cry. Also, not to mention, on top of that, regardless, I'm fucking running kitchens. Oh, God. No, I might have to back out of this. Also, this is a bit disappointing if this is a weekly boss. It's literally just a test.
你造阳华。你造阳华。来吧，名利于此小生。
血影如剑。
Oh God.
手牵手，
见证伟业吧！
这样走棋果然很有趣。
全都看见了。
去吧！此即诞生之刻。
手牵手，现身吧！
这样走棋果然很有趣。
Let's just burst. We don't need it.
此即诞生之刻。
本身有点，可别眨眼。
Official, can you?
以断罪之，剑光
此即诞生之刻。
Stop talking about birth. Oh. There's a second phase to this, 100%. I mean, I've seen the clip re-arena of it. There's a second phase.
无处可逃。全都看见了。
Remember when people were saying Venti's second story quest is gonna have a weekly boss? That's Rip Venti.
奇怪，为什么要用玩具代表自己？
看来不是爱丽丝了。
恭喜，但还远未结束。接下来将由我给予你们新的试炼，正是世间之物，你将看到常理；颠倒世间之物。 你则会看到真相。
Now, is this the stage where we're gonna get fucked for not running right elements? So there's no issue at all.
没事吧？
准备好了吗？
Now we're fucked.
颠倒天地，人们才看得清世界；颠倒棋盘，你们又会看到什么？亲自拥有
Why am I not Shilong?
便是突破了自我，秉承莱茵多特的风格与精神，为你们送去些许惊喜。不用谢。 这是巴比洛斯、崔斯梅基斯图斯的一种心意。
The damage is
感谢你赏光参与这次。
pretty fucking high.
哈贝多，你总是这么会说话。我的学生要是能从你这里习得几分谦逊该多。
Wonderful. oui oui. Is it literally just have freeze or you die? Please don't be the case. It's literally just you have freeze or you die. Cool. That is so cool. Do I have to kill them both at the same time? That makes things significantly worse. Right, we need to actually regenerate Qing's health.
见证伟业吧！我们的演出还没结束。
Yeah, okay. Oh, it sucks her health. Cool. Cool way to do that gimmick.
此即诞生之刻。现在要上演的是规范的巨恶，斩尽五斩！哼！
You know, the better thing to do here for the actual sake of mechanics would be to have it so that you leave the guy to hit her. But fuck a good game design decision. Let's instead just have an instant kill attack.
血影如剑。去吧！名古于此显。
Oh my god! That. What the fuck? He just did 16k damage in that one hit.
不错。
That was nowhere near as annoying as Natlan's boss, though, at least.
孩子们成长得真快，我很高兴哦。是吗？那今天的事就由你来汇总分享给其他人。你要走了？啊？赢得很漂亮，我衷心祝贺你们。如果是这样的年轻人，一定可以提点提点我的学生。
Oh, that's Mona's teacher. Did we ever hear her name before now? Or was that the first time we've actually heard it?
真的不管了吗？
See, the reason why I like the lore of Alice and the Hexenzirkel and Varka and stuff is that it's actually fairly well established and like it actually has attachments to our characters. Alice is relevant to Albedo and Klee and to Mondstadt vaguely as a whole. She is vaguely linked to Mona because Mona is linked to Barbeloff. And it's kind of a spiderweb which at the very least links together. It's not the most compelling thing, but at the very least is interesting, right? And I actually want to know more. Because they are connected in a way, and there's interesting sounding things, and I want to know more. But there's fuck all going on with the rest of the game's lore. Like, there's no intrigue around... There's a tiny bit of intrigue around the whole fucking Descenders kind of thing they keep mentioning. But other than that, there's zero intrigue in the game's lore, and I don't get how anyone has any interest in it. But the Hexenzirkel and stuff, they were the focus of the whole Fontaine World Quest thing, which I don't remember. And they're important here as well. And they've been established for a long time. Also, the very first time they were mentioned was way back in Mona's story quest. That would have been a very long time ago. So they're long established as well. So they've had years for us to speculate about them.
啊，巴比洛斯女士来去匆匆，请原谅。她喜欢保持神秘，也不爱说自己接下去要做什么。
And they've appeared in events and stuff as well. So they've gone some fair bit of build up as well. So this is like actually
过着
good.
非常健康的生活呢。巴比肯定了你们的胜利，我也
Bob,
一样。
fuck off.
恭喜你们！回到这边来吧。哦，对，要先变回来。
Now, though, we have to ask where were Hex and Zirkle during the Natlan War, and the answer is that the Natlan War was poorly written.
安全返回，你们辛苦了，休息一会儿吧。
多谢。
If they can just shrink people down, that would have been pretty helpful.
稍作休息，等你有空的时候，我们一起去趟龙脊雪山。
是要去解决那里的都灵。
事不宜迟。
I hope this actually changes Dragonspine, isn't?
安全返回，你们辛苦了。
Alright, I'm glad that fight wasn't completely reliant on Hydra and Cryo. I mean, Hydra actually seemed completely irrelevant. They only asked for Cryo. They applied Hydro to themselves, I think at least.
来吧。
So it could have been way worse. As a fight, I think I was fine. Dude did a lot of damage though. That's also why I think John Lee's value as a character is kind of going down, because they're also designing the game assuming you're using healers now, which means they're giving characters way higher hit values, which means that John Lee's shield is very feasible to break. The whole point of John Lee's shield is that it never breaks. Realistically speaking, right there, we took one hit. One hit did 12,000 damage there. 12,000. Let's do some math. Alright, so 23% max HP. So 53, 890 times 0.23. Plus 2712. 15,106. So John Lee's shield will break in 2 hits from that guy. 2 hits. Not great. It's the inverse of Honkai Star Rail. In Honkai Star Rail, the entire game is designed around Aventurine, which means you can't fucking use healers, or you'll fucking die. Unless if you're playing with content which they designed for Casterus, in which case now the game wants you to use a healer. Love that. Wait, did those just target the Dendro cores? Excuse me? Since when has that been a thing? Wait, hold the fuck up. Also, hold the fuck up. What's going on here? I've never seen this before. But has that always been there? I don't remember that being there. Wait just a second. I wanna. Can you fuck off? Let me slap on a Hydra character that's not going to decimate these guys immediately. Okay. Okay.
现身吧，奥兹。
Well, that didn't help. Perfect, okay.
那就走吧。
at the end of this quest, we're going to compare this. I say compare, I'm going to tell you if I think it's better than Natland or not. Which, I mean, I've already said. But I'll also look at the previous interlude quests as well, because this is an interlude quest. I'll be able to sound damage against one of these.
蔓延吧，一个断罪，来吧！血影如剑，可别眨眼！哼！有一阵子没来这里了，还是那么冷呀。
Ah, this is the same spot where the event was set out, isn't it?
需要钻到我的兜帽里来吗？
Yeah, I remember coming across this, being like, "What the fuck is this? This is where the event ended, isn't it?"
心情可能也会变好。想要更
And it's this event which gave her festering desire, right?
到了，抱歉，排盟，我得先办正事。
真的还在跳动呢。
我来处理，你们小心四周。
我可以问个问题吗？
Honestly, would have thought Druin would need to be here for this. Mini Druin, I mean.
对你来说，魔龙杜林算是同类，还是一条龙，还是一个人，还是动物、魔物什么的呢？
从炼金学的意义上说，我和他都是人造品，但从生物角度来说，我们毫无关系，绝非同类。
比起龙，你果然还是更喜欢人类吧？
比起喜欢与否。 不如说，我现在也是人类的一种，而世上各种生命存在形式，大都有独特之处。我正是我这个品类里最特殊的一个，特殊在稀少。不过等我的炼金术成功，就会增加一位同类了。小杜林应该告诉你们了，他想取代魔龙杜林。我们聊过之后，他也对成为人很感兴趣。很有趣的是，也极富挑战。我理解他的选择。 这次行动广义来说，关乎着过去与未来，对许多人都很重要。执行计划的首要意义就在于此，让小杜林成为他所向往的样子，则是这个计划的次要意义。至于我个人的动机，撇除以上2点之后，就没什么大义可言了，不过是一些小小的信念。非要说的话，在我看来，培育不可能达成的生命，也是在培育这个世界。 让生命以更完美的形式诞生，也可以说是在改善世界。没有该与不该，只是想与不想。炼金术士的目标是读懂并理解各种知识。我一直行走在这条路上。当然，这件事不会被视为实验，因为在与蒙德有关的事情上，我还是西风骑士团的一员。这个回答让你满意吗？ 好了，
金色的力量将龙的心脏禁锢起来了。
整颗心脏太大，不需要这么多。我取走最为核心的部分。从今往后，这一次，杜林的这部分肉体……
啊，这么一说，城里那个贾赫塔怎么样了？还有那些被影响的人，
骑士团会看管他们。在我看来，彻底驱除他们身上的影响。 与创造新生的杜林是同一件事。有了这个，我就能完成炼成阵，处理那些棘手问题。
Alright, so there is a world influence, it's just not a very big one. Now this thing which used to be glowing is no longer glowing. Here's something. Is the Crimson Agate part of him then? Because this was a very similar kind of red. Nope.
今天就先到这里吧，感谢你们的陪伴。
别客气，
我们也算是开眼界了。
风花节期间，
对啊，不知道今年的风花节之星会是谁呢？我们最近都在忙这些，到底谁会去城里打工呢？
到风花节庆典那天就知道了。
In the previous Wind Bloom, I think Collei actually was a big player in it. She had a lot of scenes with, was it Sucrose and Amber? And of course, Collei is one of my favourite 4-star characters. And Collei just had her birthday, like a couple days ago. And now I'm just wondering, like, they could have released this event a couple days early and then had it take place on Collei's... This isn't an event, this is a story quest. Never mind, okay. So I was going to say, like, oh, they could include Collei here and actually have this happen on her birthday or something. But no. I mean, I wouldn't really add anything, it would just be fun. But like, oh, it's Viscount's birthday. But yeah, no, this is a story quest, not an event, of course. Oh, well. Did I mention earlier how I was thinking about how Genshin is stuck in a time vortex and like characters don't age? It's kind of annoying. It's also a shame we're returning to Mondstadt here, but we're still not actually getting an expansion to it. We just have a new weekly boss, and that's it. No new area still. Poor Mondstadt.
风花节庆典快要开始了，去看看吧。
迅影如剑。
如各位所知，今年风花节期间，我们大家万众一心，携手击退了试图入侵蒙德城的敌人。而本年度的风花节之星，正是本次行动的杰出贡献者。他看起来并不强壮，却也读得懂战斗的关键。他擅长抚慰人心，用他的办法很好地支援了大家。让我们把掌声献给今年的风花节之星——吟游诗人温迪。
好呀，是温迪！真的吗？
哎，不会吧？真的要选我吗？
为什么不呢？温迪很适合这个位置。
好吧。那我会大摇大摆走进酒吧，要求酒保给我提供免费酒水的。
相信他们不会拒绝风花节之星的要求。你完全可以端着酒杯，说上几句感言。
既然如此，那我的获选感言就用这首曲子来代替吧。各位。 最好的吟游诗人要开始他的表演了，别走开，听好了。
我再次行使行程之助导。变在的地，流转的水，精炼的我。 支撑的风啊！穿越第18世界与第20的路径，令已形成的灵魂降入尘世，将腐殖。 擢升为神圣骨血，现与诸贤
请观我伟业。
怎么样，还不错吧？
I had to hold back the urge to fucking scream when fucking finally I got Fischl and Mona on the screen at the same time. This is my favourite character duo, and they've got literally 0 screen time in my playthrough because their screen time was literally in the very first event in the game's history. Literally, like, their screen time together was, I think it was, like, the first event in the game's history which had cutscenes. The first cutscene event. Probably not the first event, period. But the first actual proper cutscene event. I've been waiting so fucking long. Both Fischl and Mona individually are amongst my favourite characters. Then as a pairing, I mean, I've seen their scenes, I think they're great. Fucking finally. And it's literally just for 1 second. And hey, Mini Duran looks cool. He better be playable. Are we going to go see him for real right now? Or is he just in a cutscene? Are they not? I imagine if they have his character model for fucking cutscene, they have it for the actual game, surely. He's definitely going to be a 5-star. No way after they've done all this effort of hyping him up. Right, good thumbnail for this. It is kind of weird though when Genshin does a cutscene like this. Part of me wants to shit on them for making such a big deal when, like, there's no stakes in this cutscene. It's just something cool happening. But I would let them have it. The animators are working hard. And it is a cool thing. It's a bunch of characters we like that are in the cutscene. They don't do anything, they're in the cutscene. They exist. It is building a sense of a world because you're seeing different characters being in different places in Mondstadt. So it is building on the world, establishing the characters in the place. So there's that part of it. It's just a cool, well-animated scene to hype up the person that's probably going to be our next Mondstadt 5-star after years of waiting. Even, I mean, he's not a Mondstadt character. He's really a... I guess he'd count as a Sumeru character because of Wanderer. No, I guess you can say this makes him Mondstadt. Assuming he comes before Varka at this point. Alright, cool. I really do wish past events were playable, because I absolutely would play the events where Mona and Fischl got screen time together. I should have set this as a fucking thumbnail for a video. Because they're the thing I care about most in this cutscene. And honestly, quite frankly, why I imagine probably most people care about most of this cutscene. Dude is cool, but Mona and Fisher were as two wonderful characters.
真的？那小杜林他现在是人的模样了吗？
是的，不过刚形成的肉体还没能完全稳定，给他一点时间吧。我就不推辞了。确实做了件大事。
哎，现在心情如何呀？
完成了想做的事，也达成了目标，很不错。他如果看到，应该也会有些不一样的表情。
他？
我的老师和母亲，黄金。很久以前，他将我送到蒙德，告诉我，我必须完成一个非常重大的课题。我花了点时间来确认我的猜想，结果也不出所料，世界的真相，代表找到生活。找到生活对许多人来说毫无难度，但对我这样的个体，认识自己，认识世界，理解自己，理解他人，在我与世界之间还存在着生活。如果是一个真正的人，必定要拥有它。所以，对人造人来说，只要找到生活，某种程度上就可以被认定为找到了真相。
原来是这个意思吗？难怪那些雪山的魔物也想过取
I
代
really
你，
wish they
或
didn't
者是闯到蒙德城里。
bury their writing and the meaning of their story under layers of weeb shit. Can you speak like a normal person, my man? Life is a space that exists between me and the world.
拥有生命，有时候只是活着；拥有生活，才是真正成为了人。他想告诉我的，应该就是这个。不过，这次的事给了我新的启发：成为人仅仅是开端，身为人类该做出怎样的选择，以及人类世界的家庭将面临怎样的亲属关系。对大部分人来说，也许前几天发生的一切只代表惊悚和诡异。往后我的兄弟恐怕再也无法随心所欲了，他会像我一样真正走入世界，受着约束人的一切约束而活。
你们家还真奇特呢。
首先，我们的母亲就够奇特了。世界上总是有各种各样的家园，有的人家扎根在小店铺里，有的人家扎根在农庄里，而我们家大概是扎根在花圃里吧。现在，我也是园丁了。老师没有直接出面，但魔女会的各位知道，就代表他也知道我所做的一切。他首肯了，看起来，吞噬纳贝里士之后，他总算获得了片刻宁静。如果是这样，我由衷的为他高兴。他也不是生来就如此疯狂的。
吞噬纳贝里士？纳贝里士是什么？
是生之执政的名字。这件事还是前不久爱丽丝阿姨告诉我的。说实话，我不惊讶，老师迟早会那么做。关于生之执政，我所知道的也只有，纳贝里士也并未完全消失，而是与老师融为了一体。这一次非常感谢你们的帮助，也感谢你们在那样的困境中还能选择与我并肩。
It's like how Natland just randomly brought out, at the end of their story quest, they brought out the fucking ruler of death or whatever, and it's a fucking eyeball in the sky, whatever, and it's like, oh, you have to die, but then, Moika, you have to die, and we all would have preferred that to what actually happened, which is where Capitano shows up and is like, well, actually, I forget what his excuse was. But actually, because of bullshit anime logic, I should die instead. And then it's like, okay. So then it kills him instead, and then we get Mauika instead of Capitano. And no one in the right mind is happy about that. So we exchanged one possibly interesting character for one character that is definitely never going to be interesting. I mean, neither option is particularly great, but at least Capitano, like, he looked cool, and he had a cool voice, and he had a fucked up face. and he was a member of Tui, so at least there was potential for him to be interesting. But Marika, we already know, was a fucking flat tire, so.
应该的啦，我们是朋友嘛。
听你们这么说，我的心情又好了一些。稍后向秦团长汇报时，我会把这份愉快分享给他的。
你要去骑士团总部了吗？加油汇报哦。
嗯，我先告辞了。
这次真是参加了一场大事呢，而且还是风花节期间，真难得。
Wish we got more of the actual festival, because I haven't seen it before.
对了，既然风花节之星都选出来了，那今年的风之花是什么呀？
你觉得会是什么？
温迪，嘿，你忙完啦？
我特地赶来分享风之花的消息，塞西利亚花，如何？
Is it a flower?
充满情感的词藻，正如这个季节的风。旅行者，伸出手来。阿贝多和你顺利通过了魔女会的试验，魔女们很高兴。阿贝多得到了他想要的，你也该拥有一份礼物。魔女送给你的礼物，里面藏着绝无仅有的秘密。别急着窥探，时机恰当时，它自然会打开。
听起来好神秘哦，是他们会做的事呢。
送礼人说：“除了你，别人或许无法驾驭这些小玩意儿，你就心安理得收下吧。”
It's because we're a descender.
不用客气，毕竟我也只是个跑腿的。从这点来说，风花节期间我也助人为乐，应该受到嘉奖才对。
温迪做得很好哦，要不然我们请你喝酒吧。
真的？说到做到，不许放我鸽子哦。
真的，等会儿就去酒馆吧。
太感谢了，我现在高兴的可以飞起来呢。啊，这个节日太适合我了。再也没有值得歌颂的爱了。
Shut.
山谷之间仅于灾难的叙事。
No, stop it, Venti. No, stop it. Get out. Get out. No.
拯救的勇士尚未来到吗？ 终有人窥得奥妙之心，如捕获风中纷飞的芬芳，由此，他方能挥去不灭的感伤，踏向沉默的辉光。
Paralogism. What the fuck does that word mean? Oh? There's just a quest notification now. No, okay. You do get a free wish, yay! Oh. Thank you. Alright, that quest was unironically better than... that was genuinely better than... We can check right here. Right, yeah, so this is Act 2. This is where we saved Katrina. So Act 1 is the best part. Act 2 is not as good as Act 1, but it's still good. And then Act 3 onwards fell the fuck apart. Was it Act 4, which is the invasion? Yeah. Fucking no one fights alone. This bullshit. Okay. Yeah, unironically better than the latter 2/3 of Natland. Just straight up better. I'm not gonna sit here for an hour fucking talking about what makes it better, because no one's watching anyway, so why would I do that? Is it better than previous interludes? We've got this one. This is... Was this the one where we met the guy? And then we... Is this the one where we... Yeah, Carrie Bear, yeah. This quest was not good. It's weird that this is not an interlude. This isn't... Oh, I guess... Oh, I thought these were interludes. I'm going to count them as such. I would say it's better than that one. I'd say it's also probably better than that one. This is Wanderer, isn't it? Yes. Okay, Wanderers is the best one. This is the first part of the chasm, right? Or this is this is building a new Jade Chamber, which is fine. It's not boring. It wasn't fun or interesting either, though. Is this Dainsleif in the chasm? Oh, I think I remember a bit of this. And then this is with Zhao and everyone else in the chasm, yeah. I think mechanically, Zhao and everyone else in the chasm was probably better. What was the interlude between... So this is the first time you met Dainsleif, right? Okay. I would probably say this was the second best interlude behind Wanderer. And funnily enough, it actually involves Wanderer, vaguely. He's mentioned. Yeah. I am excited to see what they do with this. I'm excited to see what they do with Alice. I'm excited to see what they do with Varka. I liked Albedo's screen time for the most part. And I'm excited to see what they do with Durin now. Hopefully he's a playable character. And hopefully he's good and healthy for the game. And hopefully he gets more screen time with Wanderer, because they were good together, weren't they? I like bringing the characters into a story, which is such a low bar. Does the story have defined characters? Yes. It does. I do feel like the whole court concept, and then the latter... This quest is in two halves. Not even halves, it's 1/3 and then the other 2/3. The first third is the court scene. And then the other 2/3 are everything after the invasion of Mondstadt. Oh no, okay, there's 3/3. The first third is the court scene. The second third is the siege on Mondstadt, and the third is the ending with the boss fight and then the cutscene. The first third was interesting, but I kind of feel like it was a missed opportunity for them to keep Albedo's identity a secret. I like the way at least mentioned that and said, like, oh, we kind of don't want to bring this up because people wouldn't like it. I feel like it would have been better for the story, for the public of Mondstadt to find out, and for people to be like, what the fuck? We have a fucking artificial being here, and you've given him a position of power. There's a lot you can do with that. That could be really interesting. It could be like fucking fantasy racism. Or just racism. That would be really interesting to explore fully. Unfortunately, they just kind of mentioned it. And then, there's some stuff about this whole plan, which is a bit weird and questionable. But during the court scenes, I was interested. I don't think it ended in the best way, because everything just kind of fell together for us. And when it was revealed that was always going to happen, because that was a plan anyway. So I don't know how I feel about the court part. I liked it, but I didn't like how it led into the rest of the story. However, I do also like the rest of the story. When I say like, I mean like. I don't mean it was great. I mean it was better than this fucking dog shit. At the very least. I was excited, I was smiling for most of this quest. I can say that at the very least. I did not smile once in that land past halfway through Act 2. This quest was not boring, not even like once. Maybe a tiny bit during those exposition dumps where Obito's like, here's the plan, here's the whole thing. And I'm explaining this for the player's sake. Those sequences were annoying. That's fucking Genshin's not having good dialogue writers again. But it was fun to see the Mondstadt cast again, even if they don't ultimately do a whole lot. It was fun to have playing as Amber and Mika going along the walls and stuff. It was fun to have those little segments. Brings me back to the good old days when Genshin didn't think a motorcycle character that spins in circles to deal damage is a good idea. And also ought to be the best character in the game. That makes Maruika even worse. Like, not only is she so obnoxiously out of character for Genshin, but she's also started power creep. Every single thing that could be bad about her is bad about her. Her character design doesn't fit the game. Her story is weak as shit. The motorbike is just a fucking nightmare. She's not fun to play. She feels like shit to play. And they made her absurdly OP. And they made her restricted and limited based on Natlan characters. They did everything wrong. Every single last thing that could have gone wrong with Maruika went wrong. It's truly impressive. Yeah, so the second part of the quest, it was awkward a bit at times. Again, like, Genshin, come on. You make billions of dollars a month. You can afford to do better than this. But there was an attempt. And I appreciate that. There was an attempt. At the very least. And again, I was excited. And then that last boss fight wasn't bad. Definitely not. I liked the first phase more than the second phase. But the second phase also wasn't bad. It was a fine fight. Not too restrictive. Far better than an Atlan boss. Far, far, far better. Ending cutscenes were animated, of course. And Mini Durin is back. And he's going to be a thing. And Alice and Varka. Wow, I'm excited. I'm excited for whatever Mondstadt has in its future. We have potentially 3 really interesting Mondstadt characters. And we already know we're going to get Dahlia soon. That being said, yeah, the one thing this quest didn't really do a great job at is establishing Dahlia as a character. They had, like, barely any screen time. All we really know about them is that they're committed to a truth, they're a good person, and they're friends with Venti. That's it. Brilliant. But I guess they are 4 stars, so you can't expect them to get too much attention. And yeah, the final third, I mean, Albedo, it continues to be like an interesting character. The unfortunate thing, of course, is, you know, we're probably not going to see him again for another couple of years. It's just kind of like, what's the point of being invested? But that was cool. I titled the stream jokingly Genshin Impact. But, well, that was not bad. The event we played, I liked. I did not like the story of the event. Granted, I wasn't paying attention. But the actual theme park management, I liked. And paralogism I like. Haven't done that boss yet. Escoffier's story quest will do at some point. It's really good, so I mean, cool. Cool beans. Oh, for one thing we have to test. Yeah, hopefully we don't have to wait like a whole ass fucking year to hear more about this. When did the event happen with Nilu? Was it in that event that I pulled Nilu? Or was it... Or did I just get... No, I'm pretty sure I pulled her in that event. Yes, because Navia was also there and I got Navia's weapon, so yes, it was for that event that I pulled Nilu. Which means that that event was almost a year ago. That was 10 months ago. So we haven't seen Mini Druin in 10 months. I think he made an appearance in an event previously. You could find him next to Wanderer, I think. But yeah, otherwise it's been 10 months for Mini Druin to put in a second appearance. So who knows, maybe in 5 years' time you'll see him again. But it's cool to have him, and I hope they do go forward with him. It's interesting. That is the one thing where I feel like I'm saying a lot of like, I'm excited to see what they do next, rather than I'm excited or happy with what they did here. But, I mean, it is a positive feeling. Again, I smiled, well, I'll get them, you can go upstairs. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Yes, that wasn't bad. Better than that, man. Unfortunately, I will never be able to justify pulling for Albedo because of Chiori. But maybe I could get Albedo as well as Chiori. Double Geo sub DPS. And then, I mean, I don't know who else I'd run in that team for. And if I can get Chiori C1, that'd be really cool. But I don't want to fucking do a whole lot of that. Like, so yeah, her C1 literally just removes... It does the exact same thing, but just removes the geo-construct requirement. That's so stupid. Specifically designed to restrict making her work with Jalonen. But otherwise it increases her AoE, so I guess that's cool. Interesting C2. Alright, but yeah, that's that. Jolly good.